The Collective Unconscious and the Shape of Psychopathology, a Perspective from Jungian Structural Psychoanalysis. A workshop by Robert Moore, presented by the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago on October 19th, 1996.
So this workshop I have titled The Collective Unconscious and Psychopathology. And I really should have said Roman numeral 1, because this is really an introductory overview. And this is such an enormous topic that I will need to follow it up with subsequent workshops and courses for us to get into other areas. My purpose today is to do, today and tomorrow, is to do two things, two fundamental tasks. I would like us to look, for those of you that have not had an opportunity to look at the modeling of Theodore Millon. I personally find, and I know some of my colleagues in the Jungian analysis community find Millon's work very helpful. And if you're a clinician, or if you're trying to sort out your own pathology, as I always try to do, then Millon's system is a helpful kind of framing. And if you do not know Theodore Millon and his work, he is, in my opinion, one of the truly great scientific researchers into psychopathology. For many years, he did not know or care much about Jungian things. I found not long ago when Margaret Shanahan and I attended a training seminar with him that in his advanced years he has discovered Jung's work and begun to think about how it relates to his own. And so the material we'll be looking at today is prior to his conscious exposure to Jungian psychology. And so I find it interesting that he has sort of found his way, and one of his recent books has focused on an integrative model of psychotherapy, he calls it. And I find that very kind of satisfying and amusing, that here this great researcher, this great scientific researcher, is now talking like a Jungian, see. But what I want us to do is to have an introductory take on Millon's model, because I think if that's all we did, it would be worth the time we spent, because it is very useful to think about the structure of psychopathology. This man, see, if you just read the DSM-3 or the DSM-4, you get a kind of phenomenology of psychopathology. That is, you get descriptions of psychopathology. But in the DSM-4, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 4, you do not get a structural integrated modeling of psychopathology. And it's fine to have a descriptive manual on psychopathology, but, some of us are not satisfied with that. Some of us are not satisfied with just a description of things. Because if you only describe things, you're not remotely prepared to understand things. And so Millon, the virtue of Millon's work and where he will meet us as Jungians in the Jungian community, he does things that Jungians often do not do. And that is, he looks at all the empirical evidence. And so what you have in Theodore Millon is what I believe is to be the most adequate research science-based modeling of psychopathology. I don't think any other theorist has approached his work as a scientific researcher. He's not a therapist. He's a scientist. And so we will look at his modeling. but not just to look at his modeling. The second thing that I want to do is I want to go in, show you briefly how you can think about what Millon has found in terms of his scientific research and what his conclusions have become, how you can understand that in the context of what I would call a Neo-Jungian approach. You know, for those of you that have an interest in all this, the niceties of Jungian theory, you know, we've got a lot of camps, a lot of different camps in Jungian circles. And we've got the so-called classical Jungians that pretty much try to keep thinking about Jungian analysis in the way that folks did in Zurich in the early days. And they're trying to be faithful to Jung's own genius about the psyche. Sometimes I poke a little gentle fun at my classical Jungian friends and say they tend to treat the collected works like the Black Bible. You know, it's sort of like a hierophany, a revelation from on high, and if you start to quibble with it or reinterpret or based on new data, they kind of think you're a turncoat or something. And so, but there's a lot of those folks. A lot of them come out of Zurich, you know, and if you graduate from Zurich, you know, you'll get a lot of the classical vision of Jung, and with not too much encounter with contemporary revisions and other schools of thought and so forth. Then you've got the school that comes out of, largely comes out of James Hillman's work, which has come to be known as archetypal psychology. And they are what we might call, what I always call, a deconstructionist wing. In fact, what I assert about that wing, see, I personally do not really think that's a Jungian school of thought. And I will address that in some of our discussions and so forth later, because it does not emphasize structure, in spite of the fact that he titled his most recent book The Code, which would imply there's a structure. If you look closely at Hillman's work and the work of many of those that come out of Hillman's work, they do not emphasize a structure of the self or of the psyche. But that's a very strong body of work and body of people. Now, before I became a Jungian analyst, I was an Adlerian analyst. So when I call Hillman and his followers Adlerians, I don't consider that an insult. I just consider it a location of them at the meta-theoretical level. Then there's the wing that we often call the clinical. People will say developmental clinical wing. These are the folks that finally rediscovered Freud and the Freudian tradition. So Jung never lost it, but these folks have rediscovered it, and they're like a kid with a new toy. And what happens oftentimes when you go to Jungian conferences, national and international congresses, is you see enormous numbers of papers that are given. They could be given at a Freudian or object relations conference. And from my point of view, they have very little to do with Jungian psychology. And yet what they're emphasizing is what I might call, or you might call, ego psychology, or object relations kind of emphases, which I will be happy to designate more later when we're thinking about a Jungian approach to psychopathology. But they do not emphasize the collective unconscious at all. You can go to major Jungian conferences today, so-called Jungian conferences, and it is difficult to find a serious paper on the structures of the collective unconscious. I find that amusing and disturbing. So that's why I'm here. because I want to provide a different point of view. And what I like to say about where I stand on these things is that I'm not a post-Jungian. I don't identify. There are a lot of people say so-and-so is a post-Jungian, and the Hillmanians often claim that title. Well, I don't consider myself a post-Jungian in that I am trying in my work to build on the foundation of Jung's fundamental theory, which we'll be getting into in a moment. However, I am also not a classical Jungian because I am not a Jungian pietist. I'm not a fundamentalist. I don't think there are 5 spiritual laws to Jungian psychology that you've got to adhere to, and that if you look at the anima differently, for example, that you're a heretic then and damned forever to perdition or whatever. I don't believe that. I think we have to be psychoanalytic scientists. Jungian psychology makes a bad religion. You know, Jung was a wonderful psychoanalytic researcher and scientist. He was a very, very well-informed dilettante in theology and philosophy. So he was not a good theologian, in my view. He was not a particularly good philosopher. He certainly was not systematic. And since I was a philosophy professor before I was a psychoanalyst, that matters to me. And it's important for people to understand that Jungian psychology, in my view, should be a scientific, psychoanalytic approach, which means that we need to pay attention to data. And we need to formulate theories which are related to data. Not just data from other Jungian analysts in our tribe, but data from other folks that do not even know who Jung is. Because if it is anything remotely a science, it has to be related. If you have a theory, it's something that is related to a variety of databases. And so I think that what I try to do, I would like to call a Neo-Jungian point of view. That is to say, I try to develop that tradition, but with new information that Jung did not have, and that the early Jungians did not have. And folks, we have enormous information now that Jung did not have about the brain. We have cross-cultural empirical studies that Jung did not have and the early Jungians did not have. We have much more effective philosophical and ethical theories now that were not available in Jung's day. You know, Jung lived in a world that was dominated by colonialist, Victorian, patriarchal, racist attitudes in Europe. And, you know, that was the context in which he did his theory, and, you know, context matters. So we have to take the challenge of looking at our time and to try to do it today like Jung would do it today. Not do it like Jung would have done it in 1900. So that's our challenge, and that's what I see myself as trying to work on. And so by your coming today, we'll work on this a little bit together. Now, what I'd like to do, I've got, you know, I think archetypally, see. So in a sense, I'm an archetypal psychologist, just not of that school that we mentioned. And I've got a magic number 7 here. We're going to do 7 parts today and tomorrow. And they're the following. I might write this down. If I had my act together and I wasn't an intuitive type, we'd have this all on overhead. Just imagine the overhead over here. And it says, Part 1, the mythic context. That's Part 1. That's what we're going to do first. And Part 2, modeling the unconscious in psychoanalytic theory. We're going to do that before the break. Those 2 things. After the break, we're going to do Part 3, an introduction to Millon's model. And we're going to do that in the last half of the morning and the first half of the afternoon. And we're going to go through these 4 fundamental kinds of psychopathology that Millon talks about, and the active and passive modes. And we're going to go through that. If you have been through that, it'll be a review for you. If you've not been through that, I think you'll find it very interesting. Think about yourself in this. Then in the second half of this afternoon, I'm going to outline my structural theory of the self, which is based on Jung's work and Jung's tradition, but is, I think, a further decoding of the structure of the self. Then tomorrow we're going to come back and we're going to look at the relationship between my thought and Millon's thought, because there is a clear structural relationship. And then we're going to talk about social and cultural pathology that I believe to be understandable. In other words, there's a lot of chaos going on now in our planet. And the bad news is that it's not getting better. It's getting much worse. And I want to give you some references. Don't let me forget to give you some references tomorrow on important recent books to look at about the larger context of cultural and social pathology. And then I'll close with just trying to talk about what we've got to do toward healing, from moving from just structural psychoanalysis of our pathology to an integrative psychotherapy such as Jung envisioned and Millon has finally discovered and is our task. An integrative psychology and psychotherapy and an integrative spirituality. So that's the agenda, 7 parts really. And if it's okay with you, I'll jump right in. We're going to take a break at about, let's see, about 11:15, or whenever the tape person waves at me, if it comes first, okay? So let's start with the mythic context. I've been having a lot of fun studying the mythology of cosmos and chaos, and you may have noticed that in some of the previous workshops and lectures here, with my new contacts, I really can't read this very well. But there are some lecture series on, here's one under mythology, From Chaos to Cosmos, Creation Myth and the Quest for a Centered Self. Now that is a précis to what we're doing today. And so I'll just have a brief time to talk about this today, but there are 2 series, that series and the other series called Cosmos as Myth and Human Possibility. Those are two series of lectures about the mythic background of what we're talking about today. But I'm just going to summarize this by saying that the more I study mythology, and I'm working on a book on myth and psyche right now, which will be an integrated version of a lot of these lecture series that is not yet in print. None of this stuff is in print yet. But it's going to be an elaboration of this. But the more I study myth, I believe in a way that agrees with Jung and agrees with Campbell and agrees with the great historian of religion, Mircea Eliade, E-L-I-A-D-E, that there is indeed a structure to mythology. Now, folks, I don't know whether you keep up with the academic world and the current position on theories of myth in the academy, but the word is that a Jungian point of view is anathema in academic approaches to myth these days. Neither Jung nor Campbell nor Eliade find a welcoming in the academic circles in the study of myth. They are all considered to be completely off the wall. And what I want you to understand is that we're talking today about stuff that you would have to have a feel for if you didn't think they were off the wall. See, that is to say, there is a so-called postmodern. In my view, the postmodernists of today in the universities are not postmodern at all. They are hypermodern. That means they've not gotten beyond the acids and corrosive effects of modernity. They have not come to find a post-critical integration. They've not gotten beyond a hermeneutics of suspicion to a hermeneutics of restoration. That's all the $200 words that they use, by which it means this: they don't really believe there's any kind of human structure underneath myth. They believe that in myth, what you've got is just really sort of local and regional standpoints elaborated. And therefore, you cannot look to myth for any real deep wisdom about the human condition. So there's a sense in which, in many circles in the academic world today, there is no such thing as the humanities anymore. You cannot have the humanities. Anybody that talks about humanities and thinks it means something about us, whether we're red or yellow, black and white, they consider that a fascist point of view. That it's only that the only people who would believe there's something unifying the human species, they are people that are into domination. Now, I understand about the tendency of human beings to colonialize and genocide other human beings. And it's right in there in our DNA, I think, to be that way. And so I'm not minimizing the threat of that. However, I am not prepared to throw out science for a new obscurantism. And this is what we've got going on in these circles, a new obscurantism. They do not want to look at any scientific evidence or any point of view that elaborates what Jung would call the collective unconscious. They consider all these folks at least leaning toward Nazism, whether they were Nazis or not. I just don't totally disagree with that. So here's the mythic structure I want you to be aware of as the context. I've lectured about this before. You can get those lectures. But there is a movement, according to Eliade, and I think he's right, in human myth from creation mythology into experiences of chaos and what Eliade calls the terror of history. Read that, fragmentation. To an encounter with a powerful integrating center, which then issues toward the redemption of a world or the experience of an integrated, habitable world. Now, there are a lot of studies that have come out recently that I don't have time to get into today that elaborate the way in which this mythology has been very powerful in the West. For example, Norman Cohn, C-O-H-N, recently came out with a book. I think the title is something like From Chaos to Cosmos. I was very pleased to see that book come out. He's a historian. Now, he doesn't like Christianity and Jewish myth and Persian myth. I mean, he doesn't really like this at all, and he just thinks it's sort of pathological. But at least he sees the structure of mythology from Zoroastrianism through some forms of early Judaism, through Christianity. And he sees that this is the structure. Now, what Eliade says is it's not just Christian. It's not just Zoroastrian and Persian. If you look at the way human beings, the homo religiosus, religious human beings, have experienced their world wherever they are, they always have a sense of creation, and you'll find creation mythologies everywhere, which is, as Eliade says, the way it was in the beginning. And that is, there's some imago of wholeness, some imago of the way it ought to be that's in there. Christians talk about the imago Dei, the image of God within. Buddhists talk about the Buddha nature in there. Well, there are also the images of the world. The paradise. There's all these studies you can get of the visions of paradise, which is the way it was in the beginning, before the fall, see? That is, before the intrusion of chaos. And then these traditions all have a sense of chaos and what causes it. You can think about the spiritual traditions, because they all have a way of talking about fragmentation and chaos and disintegration and evil. And I've also been lecturing. You've got access to some of my lectures on evil and the way that it can be seen in this. But the movement toward a true center, we read this, a center with a capital C, where you can find connection with something that will dispel the chaos, and through which you can find a true order, again, a creative ordering, an ordering that is related to the fundamental foundations of the world. That is, this order that you find through this center is in some way a return to the true order that was present at the creation. And so, in the mythology, all regeneration is a reconnection to the true ordering that was present at creation. So this is the mythology of the vision for the human and the human's world, laid down at the beginning. The experience of chaos, which is apparently, according to Eliade, a universal experience. You know, we moderns, we contemporary folks, we kind of keep on getting surprised when the dragon reaches up and takes a bite out of us. Say, how can this be? You know, this is supposed to be modern Western democracy. I mean, how can this be that the dragon has come up and bitten us? But you know, pre-modern humans, according to Eliade, they never were surprised by it. They always assumed that it was around. The chaos is around, and not only is it around, it's going to be back. And so you have to know how to reconnect with the center of renewal, the axis mundi. This is the tree of life here at the center. It is through that center that the original creation really occurred. And you got to get back to that some way. And for Christians, that's the cross. It's also for the Christians the tree of life. For the Jews and for so many other peoples in the world, it's the sacred mountain. But that's where you got to go. If you're going to be reborn, renewed, regenerated, initiated, whatever you call it. So this is the mythic context in which we need to think about psychopathology, and that is the chaos that we experience, which really separates us from the vision and the human possibility that is in us as a species. Now, there are a lot of folks in the mental health field and doing therapy from various points of view that really don't have a very elaborated vision of the normatively positive human. That is, they haven't done enough with personality theory to come up with a really believable vision of the human. And certainly they don't have one that really is adequate to what you are. And so they end up living out of the DSM-4. You know, you come in there and they're just going to figure out what you are. Depending on what HMO it is, you know, they can figure out, you know, how many sessions of brief therapy you're going to get to medicate whatever this little thing is that you are and get you back out the door. And to be quite frank, I won't preach today, but I may tomorrow since it's Sunday. There's a horrible thing going on now in our country and around the world, but it's in our country now, the way greed is dominating theory. And greed is dominating practice, and people's accountants are determining their meta-theory of psychology and psychotherapy. I think that's horrible. It is incredibly unethical, and it is taking over. So I see the Jung Institute as a place that tries to stand against that. So anyway, this is the mythic context. Now, I know that some of you, how many of you have been familiar with a lot of this kind of material before? Raise your hand. See, so a lot of you know this mythic background. And I just cannot tell you how, one of these days I'm going to start teaching a series on Eliade and Jung, because I want to write a book on Eliade and Jung. It's going to take me forever, you know, but I'll teach courses on it here to help me work on it. But I can't tell you how excited I am about the importance of Eliade's work for us Jungians. You know, we try to figure out in training of Jungian analysts to be, we try to figure out how to help them get an understanding of archetypal materials, we say. And, you know, a lot of the time we're reduced to have, well, you get two fairy tales, you know, we work on two fairy tales and maybe a myth and a religious symbol or something, and then we'll test you on that, and you've got the archetypal materials. And they don't make you read much Eliade. In my view, if we really wanted to prepare our analysts to be, we would just say, learn Eliade. Just learn Eliade. And then you will have a sense for the human symbolic trust that is the most adequate and also very compatible, since Eliade and Jung were friends. In fact, Eliade was, I believe, heavily influenced by Jung. All the people in the universities have to deny that because they don't want to be dismissed. They didn't want to be dismissed as friends of Jung. But you know what? They got dismissed anyway. So all that effort to try to not be associated with Jung was useless. They might as well just admit it. So I'm gonna try to lift that up and say, yeah, they were associated, and for good reason. So you've got a sense for this word, but Eliade is the place for you to study. Read that Cosmos and History. Start with Sacred and the Profane, and Cosmos and History, and Rites and Symbols of Initiation. And you men in the New Warrior Network that are listening to this tape, you need to be studying this stuff very carefully. So, because it is a human approach to mythology that is post-tribal and more adequate for our communication between our many tribes. Okay, so now this is just the context. We don't have time to get into it today unless you want to get into some discussion of it. But you see what I'm talking about? Chaos issues. But if you're going to talk about psychopathology without really just pathologizing human beings and leaving them there without any hope, you have to talk about the modeling of the normative human and the normative habitat for humanity, which is a just and peaceful world. And you've got to think about how they get chaotic, and you've got to think about how they get reintegrated, and hence an integrative psychotherapy. So the whole context of this stuff is, if you ask me about this, I say, well, what is the code given in our past? So I like Jim Hellman's title of his recent book, The Code. And what happens to us to break us to pieces when our experience in history hammers and breaks us down and leaves us in places that are fragmented and hopeless and depressed and chaotic and violent and so on. And then what do we need to do to move on? Now, that's the context, okay? Let me talk just a little bit about modeling the unconscious in psychoanalytic theory. Because one of the things that you run into when, and even in the Jungian community, there's not a lot of very clear thinking these days about what makes a Jungian a Jungian. And I want to address some of that, and I want to look at the big three: the Freudian tradition, an Adlerian tradition, and the Jungian tradition. And I'm going to want to have us think a little bit about these different takes on the unconscious. And here my reference is Henri Ellenberger, book called The Discovery of the Unconscious, an old classic. It's fine chapters on the history of the psychoanalytic movement, if you have not had a chance to look at that. Each of these theories have a view of the conscious mind. Each of these theories have a view of the personal unconscious. Only one of these theories has an explicit, clearly claimed and elaborated view of the collective unconscious. And in recent years, as we get more historically conscious, we are more aware of, although this was not elaborated a lot in Jung's earlier thought, the cultural unconscious. And I think each of these theorists have a take on the cultural unconscious as well, though they don't really talk about it much in that sense. Okay. As you may know, and probably all of you could lecture on this, that's why I'm not going to take a lot of time with it today, Freud was the great genius who came in, and before this time, there had developed in the history of the modern West what we might call the Enlightenment mind, of modernity, which really began forming after the Protestant Reformation, when people were shrinking off their medieval mythic clothes and trying to get into forming a new vision. They really saw themselves as opening up to a new vision, reconnecting to the classics and so on. You saw that in the Renaissance, and it became more and more elaborated, but what you ended up with was the Enlightenment mind. Now, the Enlightenment mind had a view of consciousness that's something like this, that the consciousness of the human being, when they're really reasonable, that this is really immaculate perception. See, immaculate, not conception, but immaculate perception. That is, the consciousness is really an integrated thing. It's really, you can get to this reasonable point of view, which is based on the superiority of your culture, being British and Christian in that order. White, British, and Christian in that order, and so on. But anyway, it was a, shall we say, rather inflated in Jungian terms, a rather inflated view of the conscious mind. The thing was to sink with the Titanic. It's no accident that the rise of psychoanalysis and the sinking of the Titanic, I'm not kidding you. I mean, synchronicity, folk. I mean, let's look at this. The rise of psychoanalysis and the sinking of the Titanic. Because the Titanic represented this incredibly arrogant, European, pseudo-Christian mind. We are so superior to all of these primitives in the world. We know that when they do ritual, that they are merely engaging in their primitive superstitions, and that Christianity is indeed far superior. And we've got to go in here and strip them of their practices and their symbols and their myths and so forth to improve them and make them wear their Edwardian coats and top hats in the hot climates like we do. And there's I mean, it's an amazing, I use humor, but it's just to keep from weeping about this because it's such a horror story if you begin to study it more. But anyway, the incredible inflation. Of course, the criticism of Jung that comes now is criticism of Freud's inflation, Jung's inflation, the inflation of European patriarchal gentlemen. And of course, that needs to be looked at. Because you can't, you're part of you reflect your culture wherever you are. But anyway, you've got this Enlightenment mind. Freud was the great harbinger with this message which says, you are not a master in your house like you think you are. There are forces in your unconscious mind which you do not understand, which are extremely powerful and antisocial and hard to relate, hard to even be aware of, much less relate to, much less regulate. And so Freud was roundly hated by the Victorians because of his puncturing of this inflated persona of the European white, racist, upper class kind of vision of the world. And so he posited and began, he struggled and worked, and he was going for a scientific psychology. He was a neurophysiologist. There weren't any psychoanalysts. He was a neurophysiologist. And he was looking at all these chaotic symptoms and fragmentations that were occurring. And he sought to try to come up with an understanding of how this could be happening. And so he began to develop his theories, and you know the theory, you could lecture on this indeed, of ego, of superego, ego, and id. Id being these powerful forces from the unconscious. Dean Bill Myers of my graduate school where I teach at Chicago Theological Seminary has a sculpture his daughter did. It's this wonderful, powerful sculpture of a hand reaching up. Scaly hand. Been trying to talk him into selling it to me. Put it on my consulting room desk, you know. But anyway, there, just think of that hand reaching up through the table, you know, by the book. And so the id contains sex and aggression. Freud's telling all these Victorians, you know, there's something in you that wants to screw me or kill me. And he can't figure out which order he wants to do it in. And can you imagine? I'm a nice Edwardian gentleman, you know, and you're telling me that, you know, wow, you're implying that I might have homoerotic feelings. Yeah, you sure might. See? But you know, Freud said down there in the unconscious is all this stuff that is, he called it polymorphous perverse. There's a little of his Victorianism. I call it polyerotic, you know, but for him it's polymorphous perverse. And so then you've got the culture, civilization, he called it. Civilization and the drives and then the discontented ego. And what can you hope for as a human being if you have a successful Freudian analysis? Well, not happiness. Because you're caught between the conflict between civilization and that hand reaching up out of the desk. So the best that your poor little ego can do, the ego forms to try to mediate and figure out how do I get any of my needs met without being imprisoned or killed. So the ego forms, but it can never come to any resting place. This is why a lot of us say that Freudian theories, all of them, are theories which are chaos, cosmos, or order. Chaos theories. That is, there's chaos. It's in the unconscious. You come out of chaos. Your little ego struggles to develop a little muscle tone, a little sphincter control, you know. But then you're going to lose it. You're going to lose it. So if you're a Freudian and you think Freudian, whether you call yourself a Jungian or not, if you think Freudian, then you do not have much of a sense of any ordering coming from down here. No. No ordering comes from down in there, in the it. Do you follow that? Anybody that doesn't follow that? See, this is fundamentally important to get. Because, you know, some people think that interpreting dreams makes you a Jungian. Well, interpreting dreams doesn't make you a Jungian. Freud was interpreting dreams long before Jung. And so doing dream interpretation does not constitute Jungian psychology. Okay. So the ego forms, and depending on how well the ego does its job, your level of adaptation and coping with the world gets to a certain place. It never gets to a place which is a habitat for humanity. Because Freud, if you read Civilization, his discontent is very discouraged about that. More so toward the end of his life. You know. Okay. Adler's fascinating. Harry Elam's here. Harry and I used to hang around the Alfred Adler Institute of Chicago, now called the Adler School of Professional Psychology. So I ought to get Harry to teach this part. But I didn't know he was going to be here, so I couldn't ask him. Adlerians have a totally different kind of take than this. It's very interesting. Adlerians will assume that there is the conscious mind, just like the Freudians assumed there's a conscious mind, and also like Freud, Adler was very close, was one of the brilliant people in the circle. Adler knew that the conscious mind did not have immaculate perception. He was very clear about that. In fact, he thought the conscious mind was a fictive construction, F-I-C-T-I-V-E, a fictive construction. You know, Hillman's book, Healing Fictions, this comes right out of Adler, that the conscious mind, as well as all fantasy productions, are fictive constructions coming out of the creative psyche of the person. But it does not, the person does not understand their consciousness. They do not understand why the consciousness is shaped the way it is, because they just think it is what it is. We all feel that our conscious perceptions are accurate. Adler said, what happens is that as you develop in your family constellation and in your birth order, you come up with an interpretation of the world. I am, you are, the world is, therefore I must, in order to, so forth. So if you're working in an Adlerian point of view, you get yourself a sheet of paper, and your job really is to figure out what your lifestyle assumptions are. That is, when you have that sheet that says, I am blank, you are, or other people are blank, the world is blank, sexuality is blank, work is blank, you know, the meaning of my life is blank, I must do blank in order to exist. Your job is to figure out how your family and your birth order has led you to construct that. Now, this is a very elaborate, very subtle, very nuanced view of the personal unconscious. Because when an Adlerian says they're going to do a lifestyle assessment with you, they're going to work with you on figuring out the structure of your personal unconscious based on your family constellation and birth order, so that we can understand that which you are unconscious of. The structure of your conscious mind and the way you move through life. The way you move. This is, you know, Karen Horney's work. She's considered a Freudian, but there is a real sense in which Karen Horney was Adlerian. Whether you move with people, against them, see, so on. So the Adlerian is going, when they're looking, they say, the Adler said, there's no such thing as the unconscious. Like you might lead to think that there's a place or something down in there below the surface. What it is what is unconscious is you do not understand the structure of your phenomenology, the structure of your subjectivity. So what does an Adlerian psychoanalyst or psychotherapist have to do in order to heal you? Well, they've got to help you understand what you do not understand about the structure of your lifestyle, which simply means cognitive construction of your world. So, for the Adlerians that might hear this, we all know that all the stuff, if you go to a school of professional psychology now, you have to learn cognitive psychotherapy is one of the approaches. And you may study Beck and other people in the cognitive psychology tradition, but all these people are indebted to Adler. Adler was the first cognitive psychotherapist and theorist. And so the concept of structure, if I say the structure, if I'm interested in a structural psychoanalysis, then Adler, if I ask what does Adler give to a structural psychoanalysis, he focuses on the structure of the consciousness that is not understood by the personality, but is understood by the total organism. In other words, your organism knows what you're doing. It's going right toward what it wants. The conscious mind doesn't know what you're doing until you're able to analyze the shape of your consciousness. Okay? But now notice here, there's not any collective unconscious. And when you look at dreams, see, when you look at dreams here, what are you going to find? If you do dream interpretation, what are you going to find in Freud? Somebody. If you do dream interpretation, what's the goal? Simply. Anybody got a clue?
Bedrock is to remove the edible complex and get to the underlying set of drives that's still there.
Right. She says that the bedrock is to work with the Oedipal complex and to get to an understanding of the drives and dealing with the drives that are still present in one's life. So in other words, when you're doing dream interpretation and you're a Freudian, you see, dreams don't disclose if they're doing their work from a Freudian point of view. They conceal. Because a dream is supposed to keep you from becoming aware of the wish. And you can read the Grinker book, I believe is his name. No, that's not right. I think it's Grinstein, Freud's Rules of Dream Interpretation. But dreams come from the id, and they are coded so that the conscious mind won't have to know what the wish is. So the unconscious does not bring in revelation. It tries not to. But the analyst, the Freudian analyst, has got to be a Sherlock Holmes and decode the encryption of what the wish is so that you can then work and trying to get your needs met without getting killed. Strengthen your ego, be less unhappy, see. For an Adlerian interprets dreams. They're not terribly excited about it. Why? Because for an Adlerian, whatever the fictions are which have led to the particular structure of your conscious mind, whatever those structures are, they will appear everywhere in your life. They will appear in your early memories. They will appear in your active imaginations, if you were to do one. They will appear in your dreams. All fantasy materials. In other words, the same structure will appear everywhere in your life. So once you understand the structure, you don't need to do any more dream interpretation, see? You follow it? You see that? Now, I'm trying to give you a sense of the difference between a Jungian point of view and a Freudian or Adlerian point of view, because and that's why in Adlerian psychotherapy they don't light up when you bring them a dream. You know, the feeling is often they still don't understand their lifestyle. So bring me this dream, you know. I mean, if we look at this dream, we're going to find your lifestyle, which you still don't understand. And my job is to get you to see it. Let's go back to your ERs, your early recollections. Let's go back to your family constellation. You think, I am little, second born or baby, I'm little, other people are big and adequate, therefore I must be cute and charming because I am totally inadequate otherwise. See, and that kind of belief will reflect everything. Okay. So, is there any ordering? That can come from a collective unconscious? No. The only ordering that's going on here is the ordering in your lifestyle. That is, that there is a level of the psyche that certainly influences the personal unconscious. The conscious, both the conscious mind and the personal unconscious, according to Jung, is grounded in the foundation of the collective unconscious. It's not that Jung could not understand Freud's personal unconscious because he was a Freudian analyst. And it's not that he could not understand the contributions of Adler. He was a colleague and friend and admirer of Alfred Adler. In fact, if you read the collected works, a lot of his clinical insights are informed by Adler's work. And this is not widely understood by many Jungians. But he was not a depreciator of either Freud's contribution or Adler's contribution. He tried to be appreciative, have an appreciative consciousness of their contributions, but he did not feel they were adequate. Why? Because for Jung, he believed that deep in us, in our evolutionary history, in our DNA, there is, and I want to give you a reference on this, the place to look for this is Anthony Stevens' book called The 2 Million Year Old Self. It's not a mass market book, but I think the Institute has it or can get it for you. Anthony Stevens, The 2 Million Year Old Self. That down here underneath your experience of your ego or your little s self, we say today, is a 2 million year old evolutionary history of the species that we are. There are codes in the very embodiment of the species that we are that present themselves through every representative of our species. They present themselves into history. And so this great 2 million year old being looks out of your eyes all the time. Now, most of the time you and I are not aware of it consciously at all, but from Jung's understanding and from those of us that stand in a tradition with him have a sense that there is this great self in there. I like to call it the great self. The Cohoosian psychoanalysts call it the grandiose self organization, thereby pathologizing it in an unnecessary way. Even the Adlerians have a feeling for this thing because they call it the superiority complex. They say behind every inferiority complex is a superiority complex. Now, they never elaborated that concept very much. But in my view, there are elements of both the superego and the id of Freud are a part of this 2 million year old self. The superiority complex of Adler is related to this 2 million year old self. And the archetypal self, Jung calls it, I like to say that's the great self. Or if I were speaking to a group of people about spirituality, I would say this is your diamond body, or your Buddha nature, or your God self. But it is a large thing looking out through your eyes at the same time you are, your ego consciousness or your little less self. And it is the context, I said the mythic context. Well, the mythic context, if you are coming out of a Jungian tradition, the mythic context is only a reflection of this, embodied in different tribal traditions and different social locations and everything. But the things, the structural patterns we find in myth are grounded in deep structure. Underline that. Deep structure. A Jungian, in my view, is someone who understands that there is deep structure, that there is a code. And the reason a Jungian, as a Jungian studies, quote, archetypal materials, or myth, fairy tale, and so on, is not because we just think they are interesting. Anybody can study them and think they're interesting. From a Jungian interpretive point of view, which we're seeking to develop and elaborate and carry forward in this work, we want to say, let's look at these materials and let's scan for the structures. Jung said a mythic image is the face an instinct puts to the world. So if you want to figure out what our 2 million year old codes for the species that we are, what are they? You know, certain species of birds fly to such and such a place to nest. That's coded. Certain kinds of fish will only spawn in such and such creek. No matter where you put them, they apparently have some kind of celestial navigation system they'll come back to that place to spawn. That's part of their collective unconscious. Well, question, scientific question. This ain't religion and it ain't literary criticism. What are the codes for this species? What is it that we're going to do, no matter where you put us down, no matter what forest you put us in, whether it's a forest in South America, a forest in Africa, a forest in Siberia, or a forest on Mars, or some other planet, or an urban forest. What is it that starts trying to come up? And so there you have the collective unconscious. When you get in a particular historical setting, you will have the cultural unconscious, because any particular moment in history and society will evoke certain aspects of this code and not others. This is why there are a lot of people who say, oh, Jung can't be right about the collective unconscious, because if you look at myths, they're different. Well, of course they're different. But that would be like my saying, someone saying, well, there can't be such a thing as personality, because we look at all of you and you're different. And, the differences between you are enormous. And so there must not be such a thing as personality. See? Well, they're not thinking very carefully. They're looking very systematically at the evidence. So anyway, this is a Jungian point of view. It's a very revolutionary point of view, and it's very out of favor now among intellectuals, particularly in the humanities. It's growing in influence among scientists, both biologists and neurophysiologists and evolutionary psychologists. And I won't get into that much today either, except to say that it's important that those folks that are doing that scientific work come into contact with some history, philosophy, comparative mythology, and so forth and so on, so that they don't overgeneralize their conclusions based on their own social location. And that's a big problem. But see, this is a Jungian sense of this thing. Okay. So now, when I say we're talking about the collective unconscious in psychopathology, what I want you to understand, and why I've belabored this, is that, the theory you bring to this stuff, to psychopathology, really matters. And therefore, when we look at psychopathology from a Jungian point of view, it looks very different. And we're looking for different kinds of things than other people look for. And we are looking, when we look then at myth and comparative spiritual traditions and comparative research literature, comparative cultural studies, and I'll mention some tomorrow, we are constantly trying to think about this 2 million-year-old self. Now, there are always those people that overemphasize the dynamic against the form. And they'll say, well, evolution is still going on. Archetypes are evolving. And, of course, I've studied my Whitehead. I've taught Whitehead. And I'm very aware that there is a flow in time and space. And these deep structures do change. But what we've got to understand is perspectives on time. And you and I are not going to live in a time, for example, when the male of our species does not have a struggle with certain archetypes that threaten the future of this planet. And while we are undoubtedly changing, in fact, I think there's a good chance we're going to change a lot faster than we want to. Did you see those reports on frogs in the papers this week? The Minnesota frogs? Did you see that, John? Apparently there is a very high rate of mutations showing up in frogs in Minnesota wetlands. So we may change very fast, our codes. But what I want to emphasize today is that this being that we are has been around a long time, and that is what I like to call, talking to people about this, hardware. And there has been a lot of varieties of cultural software. And what I'm very concerned about, and we'll talk about more tomorrow, is that we're in a very unique period right now in which they've tried to throw out all the software and still use the machines. Right now we've got gangs trying to create the adequate software to operate the operating systems of human beings in the cities. And this is a big problem. We can get into that. But today I just want us to focus on this question. And we're going to turn now to looking at Millon's research. And remembering that Millon didn't, he was not at the time he did this fundamental work. He was not into any idea of a 2 million-year-old self as such at that time. He's gotten interested in evolutionary psychology now. He's really elaborated that point of view now. But he did see himself to be somebody looking at a biosocial approach to understanding psychopathology and human personality. And he did enormous amounts of testing before he formulated this model, and has continued to do so. When I work with people now, I ask them to take the Millon clinical multi-axial inventories, which I then look at in context of archetypal thought, to help get a sense of how they're organized. But Millon was not looking for any relationship to a collective unconscious. He did not formulate things that way. But let's look now at the shape. So what we want to do now, I've got my half of my Walgreen reading glasses here, I've got new contact lens, and I can't see very well. So I want us to look at this one. I want you to think about this and meditate on this, and then for your own good, think about where you are located on that. Best you can take it. This is the summary of the model that he's got of 8 basic pathological patterns. Now you notice that for Millon, based on his research, now this guy's not coming, he has done this extensive testing and research with an ever-increasing database, and his database continues to increase, and I believe today it's the largest database for psychopathological testing that exists. But based on his data, not on any a priori, this is the way he believes psychopathology is structured. Now let's look at this. If you'll notice, there are, on the outer circle, there are 4 fundamental modalities of psychopathology. Reading from the top around, they are the dependent pathologies. And each of these, of course, has an active and passive mode. And what we're going to do now, before lunch, we're going to run through these. We're going to come back and I'll talk about them in more depth. But there are the dependent pathologies, the independent pathologies, the ambivalent pathologies, and the detached pathologies. Now, if you read in this circle that he has presented us as a model, and you notice circle A is a reflection of the self-image of the person. Circle B is the reflection of their interpersonal attitudes. Section C is their overt or manifest interpersonal behaviors. And circle D and E are their interpersonal coping strategies. Now, as you know or may not know, Theodore Millon has been on the committees that have been designing these diagnostic and statistical manuals that we use. And his influence has been extremely sizable. But what you have to understand is that from Millon's point of view, when you get the DSM-3 or the DSM-3R or the DSM-4, you're only getting a committee decision. It's not an integrated, coherent theory that he would approve of. This is the model and theory that he's pushing them toward, trying to push them toward. And you can see sometimes he pushes them a little further here and sometimes there, and suddenly a certain pathology falls off the map. You know, that's what you got to understand about the diagnostic systems that are used by psychiatrists and for your insurance. Those things are committee decisions. This is his integrated model that he's been coming out of. Okay. Now let me go around here and talk about, first let's just talk about the four fundamental modalities of psychopathology and what's characteristic of them. Then we'll look at the passive and active of each one. And let me start with dependent. What can you say about all dependent forms? Well, you can say about them what you might say about the human experience of the axis mundi. The center is always out there. Read that capital C, center. The center, the true, the good, and the beautiful, is out there. So what does this mean about me as a person if I am in a dependent pattern? Well, I am not going to have a whole lot of self-esteem because the gold is out there. The thing about a dependent pattern, however, is that they still have hope that they are going to be able to connect with it. And the difference between the active dependent and the passive independent is not in whether or not they think the gold is out there. It's how they think they're going to find it and connect with it so it can be in their life. So let me start with the passive dependent. The passive dependent personality is, you see this characterized as the dependent personality disorder in these diagnostic and statistical manuals. This is a person who is capable of idealizing projections. And not only that, their experiences in life have been such that they have not given up very much of their hope of finding somebody who is really wonderful with a capital W. So in other words, they're going to look for the center out there, and they are going to try to find Mr. Wonderful or Ms. Wonderful. And they look for that and seek it in a lot of different ways. And you can be thinking about how this person scans for the center and then tries to attach to it. These people are capable, because of their life experience, they are still capable, and this is an achievement, folks, they are capable of attachment. So if I'm a dependent person, I'm going to be looking for a Mr. Wonderful or a Miss Wonderful who is going to be the center, bring the true, the good, and the beautiful into my life, and around which I can organize my life. Yeah. Yeah. John says that this is the essence of what is often called codependency. I think that it's accurate to see that this is a fundamental component in codependency because the persons always experience the center out there. Now, this is a preview, folks. Human beings don't do really well when they experience the center is out there. Now, we chuckle, but but these folks do better than a lot of us. And we'll see as we go, because if you experience the center is out there and you actually believe that you can find it and actually you choose a candidate at least you can find somebody to attach to, or something, some institution, or some guru. This is a psychology of Chela, the guru-disciple relationship. A lot of Chelas, chronic Chelas, are into this pattern. That is to say, they know that center exists and they think they found him. It's Guru Ma, or it's Swami Wachananda or something. Or as one of my friends, it's a Texas comedian, he calls himself, he's got this wonderful act, he calls himself Swami Bhyanananda. It's all the same kind of dynamic. And we talk about this. There's a grand old classical Jungian book by von Franz called Projection and Recollection in Jungian Psychology, and it's a wonderful study of these dynamics of projection. So when Jungians talk about projection, one of the big things that is projected is the center with a capital C, which classical Jungians translate as the self. You know, when you're projecting that center out there, that is a self-projection. And so the dependent will project, the dependent will not experience the self in here. Most of the time, they'll experience it out here. And if you're a passive dependent, you will find, usually if you're a woman, you will find a very narcissistic man who will carry your idealizing projection of the center. And since he is a narcissist, one of the independent forms, he will be all too happy to receive your projection of the center. This is why in couples we often see the couple of the narcissistic male and the dependent female. Although, believe it or not, there are a lot of dyads where it's a narcissistic female and a dependent male. So contrary to some of the current ideology, it's not all the dependent females. Those of us that work with a lot of men know there are a lot of dependent males who have put Miss Right on the throne of the psyche and have no sense of self at all. Yes?
Although, ironically, not quite self-narcissistic, but has a tendency to have to follow it.
Yeah. Yes, the comment is that, yes, but he's observed that the narcissistic person has the sort of dependency on a follower, and that's certainly true because the so-called independent, which we'll get to, is not really independent. Not really. And that's why they're so fragile. But it's a different quality of dependency because, you see, the narcissist, as we'll get to in a minute, is an independent modality. And they don't experience their followers as the center at all. So the narcissistic male does not experience his dependent partner, female, as his center at all, period. And that's a big difference. There's a dependency, you're absolutely right. We need to figure out what that is before we stop today. But the dependent person, in this passive dependent modality, we'd say in a Jungian sense, I have found the alchemical gold, and it is you. And I don't know why you're so disappointing, and you act like you're led a lot. I know you're the gold. Now, I know I'm not the gold, and so don't expect me to do anything. But I know you are, and why aren't you? Since you're the gold, why aren't you more adequate to meet my huge dependency needs? See? Okay, so that's the passive dependent. Huge numbers of people, in fact, in the world, I mean, think about this presidential election. Think about all the idealizing projections on these two very flawed human beings. You know, give me a presidential election like this, and even the Cato Institute starts to sound good to me. Do you know about the Cato? That's the Libertarian Institute, I think, you know. Oh, my God, all this idealization. The problem with this type is they don't really like to work. Not really. if they're a very integrated personality, if there's a person that's really quite integrated and they've got more integration of their aggression, so they're not so passive, and they really can work, and they're talented, they can do a lot of very, very powerful stuff. Of course, that means that professionally they will be a shooting star, rising star. If they're very talented, they can go on a long time. But, for example, with males, this is a very highly male syndrome. It's not just males, but you see a lot of males, a lot of successful males in this. They accelerate and blossom if they're very talented till they get in their 40s. And then even if they're talented, they start getting in trouble. It's interesting to think about why that is. But see, it's easier to believe this. It's easier to believe you're God while you're still younger. Well, before flat feet or before your body starts to go. Like if you notice, so many males particularly go into crisis at midlife. A lot of the ones that are going into crisis are this type of personality. And a lot of them really self-destruct. And because, ask yourself this, is it easy for this person to go into therapy? No. Why?
Nothing's wrong.
Nothing's wrong with me.
And nobody else would know enough to help you to do it?
Yeah, and you're so stupid. Where would I ever find a therapist? I always get a kick out of this. Some of these folks comes to me and they say, well, Robert, I'd go into analysis, but I just haven't found anybody yet that can help me. They could help me. I love to say, well, maybe you should give some of these kind of dumb people a chance, It might surprise you. I know they're kind of stupid, and not up to you. But, yeah.
Maybe this type is more predominant among certain socioeconomic groups, like the middle and upper middle class, rather than the impoverished?
Well, it's interesting, depending on what circles you move in, you might kind of get into fantasies about whether all in X suburb here in Chicago or a disproportionate number of them. And of course, that's an empirical scientific question. It would be interesting to research, wouldn't it? But, I think it's very interesting. I actually think that there are a lot of this kind of male among the poorer classes. And because one of the ways you get this way is to be overvalued by a mother who has nothing else in her life but you. And all of this mythology around the what Freud called the Oedipal issues, but the parent who idealizes the child for their own needs, which happens a lot, right? Haven't you ever watched any of the interviews or commercials that show NBA basketball stars and their mothers? It's not all males in upper middle class or Winnetka homes or Lake Forest homes. I'm sure there are enough of them in Lake Forest, but there are a lot of mothers for whom their boy and even a few girls are everything. And if you are a child and your parent has so little that you are the divine child. Read Alice Miller, Drama of the Gifted Child. It's not just in the upper classes. It's the child that is seen as the savior. If you are the child of immigrant parents and they come into a country and they can't speak the language and they have to work at just whatever they can find, and you are their child, and you very early can speak English, and you're bright, and you go to school, and you do well, and you're their hopes. You are their hopes. And so everything, all of their gold energy goes on you, and it overstimulates you, see. Part of this is the child has to carry their gold and the parental gold too, and it's too much to carry. So it inflates the child, and the child gets organized in this way, see. It's like the story of Adonis. And so if you're very talented, you can really fly with this thing. Of course, you're not very happy. I wonder why. Why would you not be happy?
There's never enough adoration.
Really? John says there's never enough adoration. Right. It's like just a little more. Yeah.
Is this the Shadow King archetype?
This is one aspect. She says this is the Shadow King, as we'll see later. This is one manifestation of that that dysfunctional aspect of the royal. I mean, it's got lots of characteristics of that royal energy, but it's not operating very well for the person. It keeps them from being able to have mutuality in relationships. They're lonely. These people are lonely. They can't really think that they're lonely, but they're very lonely. And as he says, there's not really enough. There's a black hole in my being, and I'm sucking all the adulation I can get, but it doesn't ever seem to quench my thirst. I can't get no satisfaction. Yes.
Reminds me of Braveheart, where the prince is standing there, the father's dead, waiting for the father to die to inherit the throne, and the king is waiting to hear Mel Gibson's cry of mercy and waiting for him to die so he can die.
Yes. Yeah. I don't remember this scene from Braveheart. I don't remember that too well, but as I remember it, the king figure in there was a very sort of a pathological figure, and not very royal in a deep sense. So there's a sort of a hole at the center here, and the person finds a hard time feeling like they're getting enough. And of course, it's because the ego, this is the meaning of idolatry in the old spiritual traditions. Anytime the ego gets it thinks it's the center, then it is inherently unstable and unsatisfying, because it has taken the place of what Jung would call the archetypal self, or the axis mundi in Eliade's work. That is, the ego has usurped the sense of being the center. And of course, the world does not revolve around you. And when you discover the way they keep on not wanting to revolve around you, it's very frustrating. And by the time midlife comes and you start noticing that your legs are not as strong as they were, and your skin is not as pretty as it was, and for a lot of men, their hair goes. And you know, if you're balding, it's harder to continue thinking you're the perfect royal one. And if you are playing handball and you strip a gear, then that reminds you this body is getting worse, not better. And so that deterioration that you begin to experience is an attack on that sense of perfection. And the encounter with mortality begins. And this person has not had much a sense of mortality before. And then a deep depression can come. And very often this person will, what do you see them doing when they hit that place? What sorts of things do you notice that when they get to that place in life that it begins to crack? What do you see them trying to do? Yeah.
I have a patient so much like this. What he did is he got a girl who looks like a Barbie doll.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what his aim.
Yeah. He said that one of his patients gets a woman. He says it looks like a Barbie doll. This is the so-called trophy wife phenomenon. You know, the man will say, well, I'm still really wonderful because look what kind of girl I can have on my arm. And, you know, my way of doing it would be to say, gee, look at my new XK8. Yeah, I'll go buy the perfect automobile. I can't afford one of those, but I can have a fantasy, you know. Yeah.
Big game hunters?
Well, he says big game hunters. It's interesting because now, how would that work? I think there's some virtue in that interpretation. How would that work for you? You're a narcissist, and you get to this point in life where the cracks begin to show, and you go big game hunting. Now, how might that help?
My gun still works.
My gun still works. I have a 375 H&H Magnum, and it is just as good as it was 20 years ago, and even better. Would you like to feel it? Would you like to touch it? Yeah, you know, it's that attempt by us men to have a regressive restoration of the persona, the male persona, you know, like reassure myself that I'm still just like I was. And of course, the problem with that is, I mean, you know you're not just like you were. In fact, you can't even see this. See, where is that thing I'm trying to shoot? You know. You see, you get to that point, you got broken glasses. See, you can't see anything. You know? Go ahead, Harry.
15 years ago, that was that famous one called The Middle-Aged Crazy.
Yes, Jerry Lee Lewis. Harry says that song by Jerry Lee Lewis, The Middle-Aged Crazy. I'll see. Trying to prove I still can, I believe was the words. Trying to prove I still can. But see, the man at that point knows, I mean, to the extent that the reality testing is functioning, he knows that it's not like it was. And so he's in a lot of pain. And see, this is where the pain starts coming in. I mean, if they thought they were gods before, they start having an encounter with humanity now. And it's not from out there so much. It's from in here, and all this pain I got. And this is not supposed to be this way. I mean, I've got this, and this, and I live here. I mean, I've got homes in all these places. And, you know, I've got one of each of those fancy cars. I've got one of each of those women, and I've got more women than they know about. I can afford the high-class prostitutes. And, hey, what's not to like about me, right? But I notice that I'm not, there's some young Turks breathing down my neck now. And it's a very unstable position, and this is where addictions come for these people. Most of the time they don't get addicted up to this place. This is when they start having a danger of addiction, because of self-medication. You start medicating to deal with the pain that you've managed to push away earlier in life because you could bask in your own glory. You follow that? I mean, when you begin, where your glory begins to fade a little bit, then you start having a crisis. Yes, Megan.
Doesn't the midlife crisis and this addiction, doesn't that signify the loss of creativity? Because it seems like prior to this, creativity serves as achieving energy. That energy isn't there anymore, so that's when the midlife crisis comes in.
I think that for these guys, midlife crisis tends to be a big thing. And he's just raising the midlife issue. And I think the different energies come at midlife. But one of the things that happens, we'll see this tomorrow, one of the things that happens to males at midlife This is where there's there's a gender asymmetry that we'll look at tomorrow. But at midlife, men typically find themselves encountering more erotic, truly erotic energy. Now these guys, these passive independents, often think they're real erotic, but ask their girlfriends. I mean, they might tell you what they don't tell him, but they're not very erotic, really. And at midlife, the erotic comes in, the thing about erotic energy, a great deal of the time it does not feel good. You need to get that clear. When you start feeling there's a lot of stuff to be felt out here once you open to feeling. And when you open to feeling, you get in, I would like to say you get into the garden, but the garden is also Gethsemane. It's not just paradise, it's Gethsemane. And so there's where you run into your grief, and there's where you run into realizations about what you have not been. And that's very heavy duty for this kind of person, yes. Well, I think it's going too far to say it's a loss of creativity. There is a change in the way in which the creative will present itself. Here, the creativity presents, there's that new book called Emotional Intelligence. Well, there is a kind of an emotional creativity, an emotional growth, and this person may be in a challenge becoming creative in a different sphere, not just being professionally successful, but to have creativity flowing in different ways. And it's very difficult for them. Now let me talk a few minutes about the active independent, and then we'll take a break. Unlike the passive independent, the active independent does not care whether you adore them or not. In fact, they wouldn't believe it if you tried to convince them that you did. Active independent, like the passive independent, is the center in their world. They feel themselves to be the center. You're not the center. The gold is not out there. But for the active independent, if I'm an active independent, I don't need your adoration. I need you to obey me. I need you to do what I say. And I'm not worried about whether I can trust you or not. That is irrelevant. I know I cannot trust you. The question is whether or not you're going to do what I want. Are you going to serve me? And if you serve me enthusiastically, then I will not what? I will not hurt you now. Probably. But if you do not serve me enthusiastically, what? I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to enjoy it. And I keep notes. I keep records. And you cross me, you will be sorry. If you want to see some images of the active independent, you need to watch the Godfather series. One of the interesting things, just in the phenomenology of this, if you're ever around an active independent and you have developed your scanning capacities for these assessment things, you sort of started being sensitive to different types, you'll notice something when you're sort of sitting in a room with an active independent. Hair on the back of your neck probably starts to stand up. You'll notice this thing that your hair does. See, you're an animal. A lot of other things, but you're an animal. And your animal self scans and picks up danger. These are dangerous folk. Characterize very little empathy. Very little inhibition of aggression. Unlike the passive independent, they don't need your adoration. So, if I'm a passive independent, I kind of need your adoration to feel okay. If I'm an active independent, I don't need your adoration to feel okay. I feel fine. And so I am very assertive of my agenda. I know what I want. See, of all the types, you'll find this one knows what he or she wants. That's very important to see, because if you've got somebody that's confused about what they want, they're not an active independent. And these folks have no respect for boundaries at all. In fact, they have no respect at all. Not true respect. They are aware of, as some people say, force. I often will see folks that are having to deal with one of these in their life. And a lot of us humans think if you present the jugular like the wolf, that it will inhibit aggression. Well, with other types of personality, it sometimes does. Not with this one. You present the jugular to this one, and they cut it. And laugh while you bleed to death. And there are a lot of these. These are not usually found in therapist offices either. I doesn't say usually, because sometimes some may come in. But it's a very frightening thing, and I think it's difficult for most of us ordinary folk to imagine what it's like to be around somebody who is laser-like clear about what they want. Because most of us are not familiar with that, since we kind of live in a kind of a foggy confusion a lot of the time about what we want. I mean, even if we think we're a decisive person, actually we're not that clear about what we want most of the time. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps to the left, 2 steps to the right, kind of wander around. These people are very like that. And if they're very talented, they can go far. In fact, a lot of the most powerful people on our planet right now are this kind of person. High places. And because of that idealization phenomenon, the passive independent elicits idealizations. You can see the way that people tend to come around and idealize. This person also elicits idealizations of a weird kind. You get around one of these, your knees start to feel weak. It's that cowering. You've heard of a dog cowering? That's a kind of a submitting before superior power, trying to inhibit aggression. Well, that is a form of idealization, and we see this a lot. The fact that we do so poorly on this earth, standing up against those people who are eating us alive, is a sign of the force of this kind of personality to elicit idealizations. It's like the idealization goes something like this: there's nothing we can do against them. See? And it is an idealization. It's a giving away of power. It's what we call a sadomasochistic organization. They're the sadistic side of this, and we are the masochistic side. See? It's a very, very powerful thing, and a lot of the old Images of tyrants are embodiments of this. A lot of abusive fathers and families, dysfunctional families, come out of this kind of thing. If you want to see an image of this kind of dynamic, look at the movie The Great Santini. Robert Duvall's character in The Great Santini is this kind of figure. Yes?
Well, I'm not wearing my hat too. I was on a research project in the city working on human development. I talked to kids and parents all over the state. But the project is really aimed at shifting the problem of violence from criminology to public health. And I run into children at a very young age who are clearly both active and passive.
Yes.
I know lots of gangbangers who aren't either of those kinds.
Yes.
But what I'm thinking about is also the men who are my escorts, who are much older, who you can't carry weapons, but they can talk me out of any situation anywhere in the city. And a lot of these are men who were once active independents, very dangerous types, in and out of prison, taking out people when they want them taken out, and stuff like that. And there's that drop in violence that happens in the 40s. And I'm curious about two things. Do you think that's due to...
You mean among males?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you think that's due to this nearby crisis phenomenon that hit the active as well as the passive? And second of all, just my own slant on it, almost any of them that ever changed, I have to admit, have changed through some sort of spiritual awakening. They never said to me, I have therapy. And I wonder, I'm not saying that's not possible, but I just wonder what you're taking on that.
Well, she's got a very complicated and important comment, and it's about the people that she works with in terms of some of the violence in the city. And she sees a lot of this particular form, and then she notes that there are some folks that were organized in this way, but after midlife move out of the particularly lethal aspect of this. And is this related to midlife? And I think it certainly is. Because we'll go into, beginning late this afternoon and then tomorrow, there is a fundamental structural shift in the organization of the psyche at midlife, as Jung saw. But there is a lot clearer structure to that than Jung realized. I mean, it's really a very clear thing. And as this eros, this erotic energy comes in more available to the male psyche at midlife, if you're an active independent, you see, you are not going to become totally disorganized when your heart opens up. Because why? Because you have the contact with the center. You're going, however, to be, your heart will become functional. It won't be cold as ice then. And then some of the worst aspects of this active independent thing can soften. And you said the spiritual experience that may have changed them. You see, once you have some encounter with what Jung called the numinous, it's hard to continue to think of yourself as the Lord of history once you have an encounter with the sacred. You can feel connected. You might even feel that you're its agent. That's different from being the Lord of the four quarters. And so I think you're right on all counts. And your comment that a lot of gangbangers are not this type, of course they're not. Only a few in any group are this, because they kill each other. And so this is not someone that's good at being a team player. See, they believe in hierarchy. They are the high part of the hierarchy. And but they do understand force. And so they can work in a hierarchy. Not because they like it, but because it gives them a sense of predictability. See. Let's take one more comment and then let's take a break. Yes? Yeah, he's raising a question about the vampire archetype. Margaret Shanahan has done an interesting essay published in the Vampire book, edited by Gordon Melton, which looks at the vampire in this context. In my personal view, though, it's really more of the passive independent than the active independent, although there are certainly qualities of both. You can see different aspects of the story. If you watched the Coppola movie about Dracula, there are some of the active independent aspects too. You know, the clarity and the willingness to do what it takes to get what I want. That's very much the active independent. The passive, that sense of the sucking in the blood from around, that you can feel that a lot easier in the passive independent style. Active independent doesn't come on very needy. See, the neediness, how needy. The active independent doesn't come on needy. There's a gleam in their eye. You know, there's another movie that you can see it, Silence of the Lambs. And the Anthony Hopkins character in Silence of the Lambs. Look at that character. Now there's an active independent. Yeah, I'm going to eat you. You know, I'm just going to. You think you're going to arrest me? Tonight I'm going to eat your liver. You know, for dinner. You know, it's that kind of. If you're an active independent, you're sick. Yes, ma'am. They're a sociopath. This is a sociopath. That is, what you got to understand about sociopaths. See, a lot of people don't get it about sociopaths. A lot of people call certain people sociopaths that are not sociopaths. Most criminals are not sociopaths. You got to understand that. Most criminals are not sociopaths. The ones that run the prisons, those are sociopaths. The ones that are so powerful that they've got the guards all scared of them, they got the wardens scared of them, they've got the governor scared of them. You know, everybody is so afraid of them and afraid of how far their arm reaches, you know. So, okay, so you fool with me, you're going to keep me from having what I want in prison? Do you know where your daughter is? Do you know where she is every minute? She's going to school at Brown University. Do you really think I don't have anybody that knows where Brown University is? Do you really think that I can't have somebody find her at Brown University? Oh, you gave her karate lessons. Oh. Wow. Well, it's very interesting. You see, it's not so surprising why so many judges are on the take. Why so many police don't arrest certain people in the drug circles. Why? Because they're dealing with these. And they are terrifying. They are terrifying. Because they have no conscience and no empathy. And you know, most folk don't look at this. Why don't they? Why don't most of the clinicians that you talk to and say in a given, take 100 different clinicians, from psychiatrists to psychoanalysts to social workers, most of them don't know much about this at all. Why not? Got a clue? Huh?
They don't invite him back in their office.
They certainly don't want them back in their office, but not only that, folks, this is very close to being numinous energy. It apes divine energy. Yet when you read the Mysterium Tremendum, Mysterium Fascinans of Rudolf Otto, there is a sense of otherness about this. It is so powerful that it is chilling you to the bone, and therefore all of your defense mechanisms want you to go major in working with this category or that category, or study more about this or read more about that, but not this. Don't read about this. Don't study about this. Don't look at this. This is what Scott Peck talks about as evil. While I don't agree with Scott Peck's way he lays this stuff out, he's right. This is evil. He's not wrong about this. If you study what the human beings throughout history have called evil, this one is evil. And but again, remember what she said. She said she's seen people that were in this category that after midlife, they seem to have moved into a place where they use their power for good in the community. I've met these people myself in maximum security prisons. There are some of these redeemed, many of them have found redemption and healing through Islam. Shouldn't surprise us. You know what Islam means? What does Islam translate? Islam. What does that mean? Surrender. Submission. And so, if you participate in Islam from the heart, not just card-carrying Muslim, but not like Saddam. You said that. I don't know how many agents he's got in Chicago. What's your name again? But if you're not just a card-carrying Muslim, but you are a Muslim of the heart, this can be transformed because you learn what it means to submit to one who is greater than you and who is the true center that they call Allah. And so I've seen them. I've seen the wonderful work, some of these imams that were that way, but who are now using that strength to try to protect people in prison. And it's a beautiful thing to see. So it's not that these people cannot be changed, but I'm going to refer them to you. Let's continue. I believe Robin mentioned The Untouchables, movie The Untouchables, and that is indeed another good movie to look at, to see an image of this active, independent thing. The image, the way that, who's the actor there that plays? Robert De Niro plays Al Capone. And both that role that De Niro likes to play this role. And he plays it in that, and he plays it in Cape Fear. So if you want to look at Cape Fear and The Untouchables, and in De Niro's character, you'll see this thing, see what I mean about this kind of energy. Now, boy, time flies. Yes, please, go ahead. It seems to be in a different category, and we'll have to think together about. Well, I'm sure that, as Millon says, all of these, there's a biological component to all these in the sense of, as the way Millon works with it, and his style of working with it is to look at the way the body is experienced by an individual as they're developing. Now, if you're a slight person and are not massive in build or very powerful in build, you will not have so much tendency to find yourself using physical force as a way of getting your way nearly as much. If you tend to be a very powerful person physically, then it's easier for you to come to find it adaptive to use force adaptively if you're strong, very physically strong and intimidating. And that's the way Millon goes with it. That then the social learning goes on top of that, and you begin to learn what works for you. It's the bully on the class ground. So, well, it's not so much size, but then you have to know about the experience of the body, experience of one's own force as something which can be implacable, unstoppable, difficult to resist. Now, but your question has a more subtle component than that, and that is, this seems to be different. And so, but I want to push it to another place where we can go to tomorrow. That is, what is there about this thing that might be really experienced very differently? Well, you have to study the phenomenology of religion a little bit here. That is, what is numinous and what isn't? What is experienced as numinous and what isn't? Well, a lot of sort of, for example, think about the asocial personality. Now, they're not going to be experienced like an earthquake. You're not going to see them in an earthquake. They're not going to rattle your cage. They're not going to be experienced by you as something incredibly other. See the movie Seven? You've got to look at that one. It's all about this. So there is a certain kind of otherness that is mediated, I believe, in this, that human beings associate with something other, something totally different, and have a different order. And so I don't think it's so much just biological. I think it is something that goes back into this mythic times. I think it goes back into the human awareness of hierophanies, manifestations of kratopany, K-R-A-T-O-P-H-A-N-Y, kratopany, manifestation of power. This kind of personality will be experienced as a manifestation of power. And depending on whether or not you have access to other forms of power that make you not cower so much before it, then you may experience it as sacred. There are many people that experience this as sacred and find themselves on their knees before it. And so I think that's why it's experienced by you as something of a different order. I think that's very insightful of you, that there's something of a different order about this. We'll come back to that tomorrow. We'll be able to see why it would be more numinous, I think, to most of us. Before I run out of time, however, let's do ambivalent. And I'll give you your assignments and send you out to party. Okay, ambivalent modality. This is the fourth one. And the ambivalent, he chooses this because in these personalities there's not the centeredness that you'll find in the independence. But there's not the detachment that you'll find in those detached personalities. These people, these ambivalents are very much engaged. Let me start with the passive ambivalent. Millon likes to say that the passive ambivalent is a person that's got a conscious mind that's is very similar to the passive dependent. The conscious mind. It's nice. And in the unconscious, they have an active independent. So in other words, the conscious mind, think about people that you may have known like, the conscious mind really is trying to be compliant and nice, but in the unconscious there's a lot of aggression. He talks about this as being the type of personality that we often associate with compulsives. He used to talk about obsessive compulsives, but this is sort of the obsessive compulsive without the symptom pattern so much as being more of a characterological pattern. That is to say, this is a person that is anal retentive. The Freudians used to say. That is to say, they're holding back a lot. I'm nice to you, but I'm holding back a lot. I really mean to cooperate. And I know you needed to report today. But I left it at home in my briefcase. And I know that you have to leave for the airport in 30 minutes. I'm really sorry. I really am sorry. Of course, it's completely ruined your trip. But I really am sorry. Now this is, the conscious mind has very little connection with its own aggression, the person's aggression. Now if you're working with the person, you have a lot of connection with their aggression. Now the diagnostic and statistical manuals are kind of messed up because they call the active ambivalent the passive-aggressive personality. That's wrong. This is the passive-aggressive personality. The obsessive, compulsive style is really passive-aggressive. I'll get to the active ambivalent in a minute. They call them in the diagnostic discussions passive-aggressive, but there's not anything passive about active ambivalence. They're very actively aggressive, verbally. But the passive ambivalent is not that aggressive verbally. I mean, let's put it this way. There have been times in my life when I was familiar with the syndrome. About 54 years. It's very manipulative. What do you mean? What do you mean, manipulative? I mean, what's manipulative about this? You're right, it's very manipulative. Taking the unconscious, beneath the veil between the conscious mind and the unconscious, you got all this nice, I'm so nice, I'm trying so hard, I'm really trying to be a part of the team. You know, I know you asked me for this. I know you asked me to do this 2 weeks ago. Why have I not done it? Gee, I've really been busy. I don't know why you're being so mean to me, because you know I really try hard. I know I haven't done it, but I've really been busy. This has been very hard for me. You know, I mean, I'm trying. See, the passive ambivalent feels this is Atlas before the shrug. That's the way they feel. I'm working so hard to keep chaos from coming into the world. Of course, I don't know that the chaos is coming in from me, but I'm working very hard to keep the chaos from coming into the world. And I'm really valiant at this. Work lots of hours. Sometimes I even look like a workaholic. There's a lot of workaholics in this.
Is there a sense of gold anywhere?
Is there a sense of gold anywhere? There's kind of a fantasy of getting it right, getting it perfect. This is that perfectionism. Person's got a lot of perfectionism. So there is a kind of grandiosity in that perfectionism. So there is a fantasy of getting it right, you know, a fantasy of, gee, the reason I'm late with this report is I really want to get it right. Been writing on this book manuscript for blank years. See? Blank years. And I'm really working on it. I really am trying to get this thing out, but, you know, it's not ready yet. It's not ready to submit yet. I just can't share as Freud say, I can't share my feces with you yet. It's too precious. There's the grandiosity. Mine is precious. I'm not sure you're ready to share it. Read all that stuff of Freud's on anal retentiveness. It's genius. It's sheer genius. And it's, you know, there are all these people that have this fantasy, all these people with small minds that think Freud had nothing to say. You can see write-ups about them all the time in the news magazines. The latest guy to debunk Freud. All these little intellectual midgets dismissing Freud. It's amazing. You read his stuff and you watch the clinical phenomena. Hey, this is very anal. This is very anal. And it's very grandiose. And it's very hostile. It's very hostile. It's a big sadistic streak in this. But I do not see it. I mean, I've been in therapy with you for a long time, and I try very hard to be the perfect patient of yours. You know? And of course, you know, the truth is the prognosis for this kind is very guarded. Now, why is the prognosis for this person guarded? What's the problem? She says this person would be terrified in knowing about their aggression. Absolutely. I mean, this is like there's a gulf between my conscious mind and my shadow. This is sort of classic Jungian stuff here. I mean, this is, this is not experience of the golden shadow. I mean, this stuff is shadow. I mean, it's like, if you're a nice person trying to be perfect like this person, working so hard, I'm on all these committees, if I'm if I'm struggling to deal with my impulses, I just add another committee, If you're like me and you get fatigued, you just find something else to work at, so you have a better chance of being perfect. And the more regressed you get, the more perfect you strive to be. And you can see why this pops out into obsessive symptoms sometimes. Rituals, or that's when it really pops out, You don't get a symptom disorder around this until it begins to pop through the barrier, and then you start getting symptom organizations that are more than just characterological patterns. But some of us manage to have the characterological patterns, without having hand-washing rituals or something. Of course, I've noticed how I go back and check the door 2 or 3 times, before I leave. I won't tell anybody, though. But anyway, so what else? Tell me what else would make this difficult to treat. It's very difficult to treat. I mean, they'll come into therapy with you, and they'll try to be your most perfect patient and do it right. They'll try to do it right. They'll try to be the perfect Jungian analysand. But now what's the problem about helping them? Yes? They can't accept it. She says it's not so much, she says that they're so perfect they can't accept help from anybody. Well, they don't really feel perfect. They're like Methodist. They're going on to perfection. They really are working on going on to perfection. They don't feel perfect. Because something is always, there's always something, you can have this wonderful steak and everything. Something very unappetizing from a little creature will be on the platter. Yes. Now she's got it. Things are so organized, so controlled, there are very few chinks presented to get into their world. That's right. It's very difficult. This is hard to penetrate. This is, if you read the literature on this, it's like, this is a person that sort of lives their life by remote control. The Wizard of Oz, back there with all the careful manipulations. But they're very good at what defense mechanisms. These are all they're better at different defense mechanisms. What defense mechanism is this kind of personality very good at? Well, they're all pretty good at denial here and there. But this one represses very well. They tend to be pretty good at trying to get that horizontal split going. We talk about vertical splits and horizontal splits. Vertical split is when I just love you so much. I know I exploded and broke all of your dishes and all of your new china last night. I broke all of your new china in the kitchen floor last night, and I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened, what came over me. I just lost it. See, now I remember that I did it, and I remember that I was enraged. I can't imagine that guy being that way, but I do remember that. Now that's a vertical split. Nice here, and I had that experience of hating your china. But now this one, this passive ambivalent, I I just dropped that plate. I'm so sorry. I did not, I love this china. I just had broken 3 pieces of it in the last month, washing the dishes, trying to please you. See, I do not, it's a horizontal split. I don't experience myself as being a bad person, trying to make you suffer, trying to hurt your feelings, trying to make you feel rejected. I just don't have time for you, but I don't intend for you to feel rejected. You follow that? See, it's just a real split, and this is why it's so hard, because the unconscious, personal unconscious, certain aspects of the collective unconscious for this person are very, very split off. They're very split from their affect. That's right. She's right. That is, the world of the emotions is something they could write excellent A+ papers about. Maybe books about it. If you go to a Freudian conference, you meet a lot of people that have written very erudite books about emotions. A lot of this type. I always got to get tickled at Freudian conference. I go to a lot of them. All that button-down looks, you go to a 3-piece suit. Can you imagine a Jungian analyst running around in a 3-piece suit and button down? I suppose there's some. Are there physical symptoms? What do you think? Yeah. What kind of physical symptoms will you often get? Headaches. Irritable bowel syndrome. See, the body talks. It's a wonderful thing about the body. It always is a truth teller. Never lie. It's the genius of those people like Jung who wanted us to look at all symptoms as truth. Tellers of the truth. Some truth. So you're absolutely right. Lots of physical symptoms. Now, this is not as often they're not as straightforward as other somatization kinds of syndromes in the active dependent. We didn't talk about that in the active dependent, but the active dependent somatizes a lot too. And the whole beginning of this thing with psychoanalysis started with Freud's work with hysterics. He used to call them hysterics. That's the active dependent. But this passive ambivalent is really a very fascinating one. They tend to be very organized, but there's always that chaos that keeps kind of sneaking in and frustrates them no end. They have a good bit of energy. Good bit of energy. Are they calm? Are they calm? The passive independent can be very calm. The active independent is the essence of calmness. A lot of the others have a certain calmness. This one is not calm at all. I like to think about the system. A lot of vibration in this system. This engine hasn't been balanced. Okay. What else would you say about this? Those of you that have worked with them a lot, Dave.
I see a lot of turmoil around the people in their lives, and they don't know why, so-and-so should be thinking that they're angry or with having certain problems, but there seems to be a lot of turmoil in their family.
Dave says, this is very interesting, he says, there's a lot of turmoil around them in the family, in relations, significant relations. Other people have a lot of pain, emotional pain. I mentioned one dyad. I'm not going to get into a couple of relationships much this weekend, but I mentioned the one dyad between the passive dependent and the passive independent. There's also another dyad that we see a lot clinically, and it's a dyad between the passive ambivalent male and white female. Passive ambivalent male and the active dependent female. You want to think a little bit. I mean, it's always fascinating to think about the pairings and why they attract each other. It's very interesting. I've got some lectures on the four couples within. It's not exactly addressing this one, but that fits Dave's comment, because a lot of the time the active dependent spouse will feel the feelings of the passive ambivalent husband. She will act out his depression. She will act out his anger. She will act out his disorientation, confusion. So he meets a lot of his emotions from his partner. And Dave quite rightly says there's turmoil in these other folk, and often they can't figure out what's going on that they're so upset, because it doesn't look, it's not obvious why they're, and it is not obvious, you see, because here I'm the good passive ambivalent guy, and see, I'm just trying to be a good husband and good father, and bring home the bacon, be a nice guy, and there's all this turmoil. And I'm just a long-suffering, nice guy, right? Does that make sense to you? Do you see that? So it's very interesting to think about the way in the dyads of our significant relationships, it's not just husbands and wives, it's friends, friends and all significant self-object relationships. There's often a tendency for one of us to carry one end of the stick of the psyche and the other one to carry the other end of the stick. So it's real interesting to look at your significant relationships and ask, well, I wonder what end of the stick they're carrying for me. So this person will often farm out the emotional life to other people. See? It's also kind of interesting, they will farm out the big picture vision to other people too. Because they're so preoccupied with the details of getting through the day and the fatigue it takes to keep things together. See, I am really holding the world together here. It's only my ego defenses that are keeping chaos from breaking out all over this place. You're sitting there calmly, and it's really me that's holding this all together. No telling what would happen if I didn't have my defenses going here. See?
The sense of time, they don't have that sense of time.
Oh.
As in passage, they have it as it's going. Like you can see a clock and you know it's 4 o'clock. But you don't know what you have done all day before. There's a sense that so many hours go by and you watch them go by, but it's strange. There's like a disconnection that
That's a very good observation. I'll repeat that. He says that this person, the passive ambivalent, is very disconnected from time in a certain interesting way. They see the clock time going, but there's this odd sense of not being a part of it, not really being there in the body. They have a kind of a perpetual out-of-body experience this time. It's very interesting. The books often will talk about them, as I said earlier, they're like somebody flying with automatic pilot. So it's an embodiment thing. This person is really, they have difficulty being in the body. Tomorrow we'll talk about this. They've got some aggression. Yeah, they've got some aggression. And they've got lots of the magician stuff. Very little connection with anything of feeling, emotion, and sensation. In an embodied way. They try to get it through being compulsive. They try to, But so there's not a sense of calmness here. Lots of vibration. This is not a pleasant way to live. And I'm just talking in terms of forms of therapy. a therapist working with someone like this has to be very, very careful not to get lost in words. It's very easy. This person is good with words. And rationalization is where I was going a while ago. They're very good at intellectualizing defenses, rationalizing defenses, rationalizations. And they can be an expert on the psychology of emotion.
They don't have to feel it.
They can teach classes. They can teach classes on the psychology of emotion, but not have a clue. Not have a clue about it, and don't know they don't have a clue about it.
Well, it shows up in the relationship.
Shows up in the relationship, but it's puzzle.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you got a problem with me for. Why do you have a problem with me? I'm just trying. Overburden self, I'm trying hard here. Atlas before the shrug. Not much joy in this organization. My experiences working with this type of personality is that when they do connect, it's a shock to them how isolated they've always been. They never could ever feel how isolated they were. It wasn't even sort of like an a priori category that they could experience. And once they have, perhaps through working with you 6 years, 7 years, finally decide to weep, something in them can weep, really weep. And then they realize how lonely they've been, So prognosis is guarded in a sense with this because a lot of folks, these folks will get into analysis with you and be the perfect analysis for the perfect length of time, and then have the perfect termination with no results. They are no different when they started when they finished than when they started, and yet they kept the dreams perfectly. Read all the dream books, and if you don't have a feel for this kind of thing, and you don't try to get them into the body more, some way getting them into the body more, then they can just play this thing perfectly. It's very sad. It takes a lot of therapy for this person. It's like the Snow Queen has been triumphant. And it takes a long time to fall,
This is the kind of person that can discipline a person also who reads a lot of race theory.
Yes, we passive ambivalents love theories, comparative theories, declining to comparative theories. We love charts, you can see it. Give me a chart, give me a map. Don't give me the territory, give me the map. See, that's right. It's like to the extent that you are in this thing, you mistake the map for the territory. And you become an art critic instead of an artist. You become a literary critic instead of a writer, and so on. And so you're not surprised, are you, that there are a lot of professors in this? And you wonder if you've ever been in the academic world, if you've ever sat in a faculty meeting. I mean, it's so funny. The genius, some of you are professors. I mean, the amount of incredible creative energy that goes into not doing anything is just amazing. They make good bureaucrats, too. Okay, the other, before we call it a day, is the active ambivalent. So-called passive-aggressive personality, but they're not passive at all. I mean, this is a misnomer. These people have a lot more sense of their aggression than the passive ambivalent. Now, what is ambivalent about the active ambivalent? It is, you can think about it like this. The passive ambivalent doesn't really want to face consciously just how irritated with you they are. Just how much they would like to hurt you. See? Just how exasperated they are with you, because the more exasperated a passive ambivalent becomes, the nicer they'll be to you. You know? The active ambivalent, this is the person, there's one in every committee, one in every group. This is the person who will not be pleased. This is the one who will not be pleased. Doesn't matter what you do, there's something wrong with the result.
The perpetual dissenter.
This is the perpetual dissenter, and it's a certain kind of, it's a spoiling effect. You can always tell it. It's like you may have had a good meeting, productive, right up to the end, and then this person will manage to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. They will manage to help the group snatch disappointment from the teeth of satisfaction and joy. And it's just a feeling. Now you remember the active detached. Now they sense toxicity and pull away. This person senses the toxicity. They don't pull away. They verbalize dysphoria. I say dysphoria. They're dysphoric. Unhappy with you. Unhappy with your leadership. Unhappy with the way you've organized things. Unhappy with the way you asked them to do the job. Unhappy with the way you responded to their doing the job. And then you have to do facial expressions, you know. We ought to have a fun night some night and have improv night here. And we could do improv around these things. Okay, do the active independent. All you nice guys, let's see you do an active independent, you know. Or do the active ambivalent. There's a gestural thing here. You know, you can't get this in the words. You have to get into the gesture. There's a certain kind of facial expression that you've all seen that's this. And it's just that really, really unhappy, disappointed look. And you can tell it's not that I'm disappointed with me. See? You have really made me feel really uncomfortable by what you've done. And I'm going to let you know it. See, that's the key here. I'm going to let you know it. I can't just keep my mouth shut and go home. I can't just keep my mouth shut and let the committee finish its work and feel good about what they did. I have got to let you know how badly I feel about this. But see, it's the aggression. It's the aggression. Now, I cannot really get in touch with the fact that this is my aggression. See, I'm the active ambivalent. I don't experience this as my aggression. You, look, I would have really been a happy person. But you did, I mean, why did you do this? There is some reason I am feeling this way, and it must be you. And if it's not you, it must be you. I mean, somebody else on the committee. I mean, somebody else on the team. But there's just a lot of just tremendous agitation. And I'm very agitated. This is not my aggression toward you. And if it is my aggression toward you, what? It's your fault, and it's justified.
I'm only trying to help you so that you recognize.
Well, I just think I need to, name these things. I mean, this is an open organization here, and I just need to name this. I wouldn't feel comfortable, just not naming this. And I don't know, how are you feeling right now as I talk about this? See, you get this feeling when you even talk about this, because when you're with this, see, you're gonna leave the meeting and you're gonna feel bad. See, that's how you can tell. This is sort of a diagnostic thing. If you have one of these in therapy, you're going to leave the session feeling bad. You're not going to leave the session with this person saying, wow, boy, that was a good session. I did good work today. You're not going to leave the session saying, this was good. I was good today. I really helped this person connect with himself. Nope. You're going to leave the session thinking, why did I get myself into this kind of work? How about too much travel agents? Something.
But the active ambivalent would feel it's a wonderful session.
If the active ambivalent would feel it's a wonderful session, if what?
You feel bad about
If I feel bad when I leave. Especially if I admit that I feel bad in some way. Now see, you got to get this. Now if I'm a passive ambivalent, and I notice that you're feeling bad when I leave the session, I'm going to feel bad. Because I did not hurt your feelings, make you feel like a bad therapist? No, I would never want you to do that. This person serves you right. Now this sounds a little bit like a borderline. It is a little bit like a borderline. It's not a borderline. If this person decompensates a little bit, they can move into the borderline. Because the state of borderline is over here nearby. Sort of like between Hyde Park and Indiana. The state of borderline is close by. And I mean that because this, when you have got, now here's the way, we'll get into this more tomorrow, but when you've got very little organizing forces in your personality, so far you've not got very much integration going, and you experience aggression, your own aggression, it's very disorganizing. Very uncomfortable. Passive ambivalent don't want to know it at all. The active ambivalent does not know it as their aggression. They feel it's your aggression against them. Now what kind of defense mechanism is that? Projection. That is, I feel my aggression toward you, but I cannot let this into my consciousness. Therefore, it is your aggression against me. And see, as Jung says, the unconscious is really unconscious. They do not know it's their aggression. Honestly. They honestly do not know it's their aggression. So it doesn't have to say to them, you're really hostile today. Not until you've worked with them quite a while. Okay, so there's a lot of aggression here. But this is it's not something that can be experienced as aggression of the person. They can't experience it as theirs. If they do, it's justified. And what is ambivalent about it, though? How would you say this is ambivalent? Why is this ambivalent? It is a kind of a reaching out for connection. It sure is. Why do you tell me? Why don't you just go away? So see, it's almost, you can see, think about the self-psychology stuff on this, about recruitment of self-objects. There's an awkward attempt to recruit the self-object here. It doesn't feel like an attempt to recruit me as a self-object when it's coming my way, but it is. I'm complaining to you. What's the implication of that? They're complaining to me.
It's your wisdom.
Well, do something about this. Do something about it. It is engaging me. It's an attempt to engage me. And boy, it sure isn't a very effective way of engaging most folks. And this is why therapists, they think they ought to have such high fees. Because if you deal with this and that, they say, well, I earned my money today. But it's like it is an attempt to recruit. So there, you're right. There's the end of it, because there's the attempt to recruit, and there's the attempt to hurt the one that's frustrating you. You're hurting them, but you're wanting them to, they don't want them to go away, see. Follow that? So there's the ambivalence. It's active ambivalent. But it's ambivalent in the sense that it can't really claim its own aggression as aggression. That'd be too dangerous. Because they might go away if I admitted that I was this angry. And then I would feel all sorts of bad feelings about myself if I admitted that I was that angry. So that's the active ambivalent, and we have made the circle. Okay, the question he's asking about would this discontented type of personality tend to go move into addiction earlier in life? And I would say that they have so much pain, they have so much, quote, dysphoria. Boy, is that cleaning the thing up to call it dysphoria. I mean, it's just a lot of angst and no peace, no sense of acceptance, a lot of pain, no sense of belonging. And so there's a lot of emotional pain, and I would, I think it'd be interesting to look at the statistics on that about the relationship between that. I think you'd find a lot of addictive behaviors to try to medicate the pain. You'd find a lot of difficulties in personal relationships, wouldn't you? I mean, it would not be easy to sustain a relationship with this person without emotionally disappearing under all the criticism. Yes, thank you. For the active ambivalent, there are not any comments either. But they know the source of their discontent, and it's you. So the passive ambivalent does not really, they don't really, even the anxiety for the passive ambivalent is more conflictual. Because this is, the Adlerians always talked about the person that shoulded on themselves. The person that shoulds on themselves is the passive ambivalent. So they know they should feel better. So even their dysphoria is a source of conflict. But the active ambivalent, I know why I'm so unhappy. It's because I have to deal with you. And if you'd straighten up your act, I'd feel better. I know I would. I know I would feel better, but you people are so inadequate. Yes?
Is there one particular personality type that the active ambivalent would really find enjoyable to watch their own things?
Do you have a guess? She says, is there a personality that an active ambivalent would be attracted to?
I eliminate sort of I don't think they would go towards the detached or the active independent, and they would gravitate towards the other forms that any form would do.
Well, I have seen a lot of very dependent persons get involved with a person like this. Think about it. Very passive, dependent person. Get involved with a person like this. I need you, and in spite of the fact that you give me all these messages about how disappointing I am, I won't leave you because I know I'm inadequate. You confirm by the way you treat me, dear, how I really feel about myself. And so this can be a 50-year marriage. You can have your 50th wedding anniversary between an active ambivalent and a passive dependent. I'm sure there are others, but that's the one I've seen a lot of.
Hopefully you have had a chance to read this article entitled The Self and the Shadow of the Healer, Perspectives from Structural Psychoanalysis, which for those of you listening on the tape is from a book edited by George Cairns, C-A-I-R-N-S, and others, published by Exploration Press in Chicago, and entitled Healing and the Healer. It represents the most updated report on my work in this area to date. So this morning we will look at the structure of the self very briefly. If you've read this article, you have a summary of my assumptions about the structure of the self, the archetypal self we're speaking of here, the codes for the self. And then I will go over how I see this relating to Millon's empirical research. And then I will talk a little bit about David Gutman's research in looking at empirical studies, cross-cultural studies of men and women through the life cycle, and how that body of empirical evidence also supports the structural model that I am presenting here. And the way in which that aids us in understanding some of the social and cultural pathology which is worsening in our world today. So I hope to get to that before we leave, and to offer some reflections about, at the end, about what I think our challenge is as leaders in education, in the arts, in the healing professions, and spirituality. So anyway, let's jump right in. Now, for those of you that do not know my work and have not had any familiarity with it, I hope you will bear with me, because there is a lot here in terms of material. So what I'm proposing to do this morning is simply go over my findings for you. I do not have enough time to lay out all the reasons that I think this and all of the sources of this. We can discuss that some in our time together. But I'm just going to be presenting you with a theory. Now, again, let me say some of my assumptions about what you're doing when you do psychoanalytic theory. And there's a lot of confusion about this today. And part of it is because a lot of folks who are in our midst have not done much study on philosophy of science or theory formulation, what a theory is, and how you would know a scientific theory as opposed to interesting fantasy or an impressive imagination. And so it's very important for me just to say that I differentiate myself from those who try to turn psychoanalysis, scientific psychoanalysis, into something that is merely an engagement in empathy. I differentiate myself from those that throw out the findings of Freud and those that throw out the findings of Adler and so on. I think our task, if we are serious about not just being little sectarian, pseudo-religious communities, we have to be serious about evidence. And we have to be willing to learn from other people and try to fit it into a larger integration. And those that are not interested in that, I think, are really creating great damage to psychoanalysis as a science and practice. I was speaking with some of you yesterday about developments in the Freudian tradition. And I think it's very destructive when the centrifugal forces within a tradition lead them to, in the effort to have shiny careers, throw out entire huge bodies of very important findings in literature. And I think that's happening widely in the Freudian camp. It's certainly happening in the Jungian camp. I'll have to ask Harry what's happening in the Adlerian camp. I haven't talked to. I know they've been deifying Harold Mozak recently, but I don't know what they're doing on a theoretical level. But I do know that, for example, in the Jungian community, we're approaching kind of a meltdown in terms of disintegration, in terms of serious approaches to theory that parallels what's happening with the Freudians. I mean, there are very few, percentage-wise, Jungians today who take empirical evidence seriously. Or if they do take it seriously, they are not really working very hard toward finding ways to integrate the empirical evidence from various sources into an integrated meta-theory that is, in some way, seriously takes Jung's foundations seriously. And so I meant what I said yesterday when I said that I don't really think the archetypal wing, so to speak, is Jungian. I really feel, that's why I've decided from now on into the future to make it very clear that what I do is structural psychoanalysis. I think that there is evidence that there are elements in Freud's work that are structural psychoanalysis, although that's de-emphasized by a lot of the lesser Freudians. And there is evidence, there is deep interest in structuralization as a phenomenon, for example, in the object relations schools and the self-psychology schools. But I don't think they quite understood that structuralization is really a fundamental, central concept to have integrating dialogues. So what I propose is that the folks that have thrown out any interest in structure whatsoever, which is many, many people today, I propose that we simply understand that they're not really interested in evidence and in building any kind of serious theoretical work that's grounded on empirical research. That's more, that has significance for spirituality and literature and society, but is not just one more literary work or one more imaginative product. I'm very troubled by the anti-scientific sort of psychoanalytic pietisms that we see rising, not just in the Jungian camp, but I see them now in the Freudian tradition as well. For example, when you say that psychoanalysis is something that psychoanalytic knowledge is simply knowledge that is achieved by vicarious introspection through empathy. Now, we can really appreciate vicarious introspection, and we can really appreciate empathy, but to say that is all that psychoanalytic knowledge is, and that any other kinds of quantitative psychological research have no bearing on psychoanalysis is to, in my view, destroy psychoanalysis as a science. So, I'm simply suggesting that we get more serious about this. And if we are going to turn, if Jungian psychology is simply going to become a cult, then, as some folks have said that it is, recent books, then they ought to just set up the first church of Jung and stop having pretensions to being a scientific psychoanalytic theory. But if we do feel that Jungian psychology, as Victor Turner decided before he died, is the preeminent track that scientific psychoanalysis can build upon. You may not know that Victor Turner was probably the world's leading anthropologist at the time of his death. So if we're gonna do that, then we need to have dialogue with empirical studies, and we need to, if anybody's presenting something as Jungian psychoanalysis, we need to ask the question politely and tactfully, how would we know if this is not true? I mean, is this capable of research and any kind of grounding in empirical data? Not to say that there's nothing other than simply the data. No data interprets itself. You know, you have to have theory. Theory needs to be heuristic. It needs to be something that you model, and then you look at all sorts of sources of data, and then if you find information that simply doesn't click in any way, then you have to have some questions about your theory. This is the way science operates, in every science. So I'm simply proposing that, as I've said many times, if you can show me that Hillman's approach has anything to do with empirical data, please do it. Show it to me. And if you can tell me what Hillman's theory is, I will tell you whether or not it relates any to the data. I frankly don't think it's a theory. And I would challenge anyone that does to show me how it is a scientific theory. That's a challenge. And If they can't, then we don't have to depreciate James Hillman's mind. He's a very brilliant man. But we have to understand that this is not scientific psychoanalysis. So that's simply a challenge. What I hope to do is to help us look at ways in which we can think about Jungian psychoanalysis that might help us to understand how it might relate to some other information from different schools of psychology. And again, remember, when I say that psychoanalysis is a science, I'm not saying that it doesn't have any implications for spirituality. Just as physics, hard-nosed physics is a science. But of course, we've seen in recent years that it has enormous implications for spirituality. And so I would simply hope that we would see this dialogue between spirituality and Jungian psychoanalysis as a parallel to the dialogue between spirituality and physics, spirituality and sociology, spirituality and so on. So I just want to say that that's where I locate what I'm trying to do. And so when I say that I want to do structural psychoanalysis, it is because I think that any approach to Jungian psychology which is Jungian in a meaningful theoretical sense is not post-structuralist. Because Jung, the thing that differentiates Jung from other schools of psychology and thought, although it doesn't, there are some commonalities that most folks don't point out, is the emphasis on deep structures. And so, it's fine for people not to believe in deep structures. Adlerians have a right to do Adlerian psychoanalysis, but they say they're Adlerians. And that's what I just want to lay that out, because when we approach this kind of material, you have to get some sense about what model or what modeling are you bringing to the data, because the data doesn't interpret itself. And so this is the frame I'm going to put on it. Now let's look at this. If you looked at this article, then what I have discovered in my work, and here you can see how this is related to Jung's corpus, because he was always fascinated with quadration. In the appendix to this quartet of books on the masculine psyche, there are a number of diagrams which I would hope you would look at, which begin with Jung's interest in the octahedral shape of the archetypal self, which I think he had intuited and which I think is accurate. I do think that if you think about this, this is two ends of an octahedron. But he never could figure out how it related to instinctual energies or the energiography. He worked on it, but he could never figure out exactly why the self is octahedral. And other Jungians have tried to follow him up and try to do better. John Layard, in his book The Celtic Quest, came up with this model based on the Celtic Mabinogian. And while I think it's superior to Jung's, because at least he asserts, well, this is where the anima is, this is where the ego is, this is so forth and so on, he really doesn't try to relate it to any clinical data or any kind of empirical evidence. So I think that's, at least it's an assertion about what the structure is, but it doesn't really tie it to any evidence. Late in my work, I realized that my foremother in the approach that I take is Tony Wolff, who diverged from Jung in the quest to understand what the quaternio is, the fourfoldness that is in mythology and in the psyche. Jung had decided it must be psychological typology, and Tony Wolff said, well, maybe not. Maybe typology is one thing, but there are structural forms in the psyche. So I'm not the first person in this tradition to emphasize structural forms. Tony Wolff, one of Jung's early colleagues and protégés, came up with a vision of the structure of the female self. And as I often say to people, I have a fantasy that somewhere in an attic in Zurich, is her unpublished manuscript, which is about the things that I've been working on and lecturing about. That is to say, she was a very, very smart woman, and she was in a Jungian context, and I'm sure if she thought there were 4 structural forms to the feminine psyche, she probably said, aha, I'll bet there are 4 structural forms to the male psyche. And of course it was left to Edward Whitmont, who I also consider as a forefather of my work. Now, I did not know his work well until late in my work, but he followed up on Tony Wolff, and he tried to bring in the 4 structural forms of the masculine that correlate with the 4 structural forms of the feminine. If you look at the book, The Symbolic Quest, he's got some short sections in there about that. So the line goes in my grounding of myself in the tradition of Jung. The line goes from Jung to Tony Wolff to Edward Whitmont to my work, and someone else whose research is, I think, related to the kind of thing I'm doing is Anthony Stevens, although he does not have a structural model. But a lot of his assertions, a lot of Stevens' assertions, and a lot of his data would relate quite nicely to what I'm talking about. But anyway, let me just run through Tony Wolff. Now, I have said that in the structure of the female self, female codes, there's a queen line, a lover line, a magician line, and a warrior line. Asymmetrical on this axis to the male, the same on this axis. Tony Wolff says, well, there are 4 structural forms. There is the mother, there's the Amazon, there is the medial woman, and there is the hetera. And she had it. In her diagram, however, I think she did not understand the dialectical tensions which are in the self. She did not understand what oppositions, what are the opposites. Here, you have to look at, all the healers, or at least all the major ones I've studied, had a sense for the coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites, and the need to balance opposites in healing. We're not focusing on therapy this weekend, but the role of the transcendent function in Jung's thought is to help one move toward balancing the opposites. So the question, now, if this is not just sort of mystical mumbo-jumbo, which we have to mystify to keep people coming to analysis. Not too long ago, an otherwise intelligent individual made the comment about me. He said, Moore knows too much about the archetypal self. Well, I thought about that, and I thought, well, now, if we're talking about Yahweh, if the archetypal self is God, then I might be being arrogant to try to decode it. Theologians aside, But if we're doing scientific psychoanalysis, in my view, anybody that's not trying to tell us all they can find out about the structure of the self, they're not doing their job. And if they have got a commitment to mystifying the structure of the self, that is sort of a religious cultic attitude. And that's not what I'm interested in. They can do that if they want to. They can turn Jungian psychology into just one more of the cults that they've gone through. But that's not what I think we should be doing. So when I say the coincidence of opposites, then my question as a scientific psychoanalyst is, what are the opposites that are relevant for humans? If you look at what we know about the struggle of this species, what are the things which they struggle to balance? We know some things about that. Freud's work is based on the struggle human beings have to balance eros and aggression, to deal with the tension, the conflict. They say Freud's theory is a conflict theory. Right.
To the extent that the opposites in Jungian psychology have anything to do with anything empirical and clinical, it is a conflict theory. Do you see what I mean? If the job is to balance opposites, and you understand that the tension of opposites is a serious problem, and it's not just, we talk with you, the coincidentia oppositorum. Well, this is not just mystical mumbo-jumbo. There is a tension of opposites. What are they? Well, Tony Wolff felt that the dialectical tension was between the media woman and the Amazon. I don't think that's the case. The reason she felt that is she said, well, that they're impersonally related. Now, there's no question that she's right about that. Both the Amazon and the medial or medium or priestess woman, there is a sense in which they are impersonally related to what they do. The Amazon is a warrior woman. She is committed to the mission. She's not so interested in personal relationships. The magician woman, the media woman, is interested in knowing and in healing. She is not so interested in seducing people into personal relatedness in her work when she's doing her thing. She's interested in knowing, interpretation, and healing. So Tony Wolff is right in what she affirms, but I think she was wrong in thinking those were dialectical tensions and to diagram them, as in her diagram here, as dialectical tensions, because those are not dialectical tensions. Freud had the dialectical tension clear. There's a struggle between eros and aggression. That is something every human being has to deal with. Freud was right about that. There is enormous evidence that some Freudians are neglecting, some so-called post-Freudians, that Freud was right about that. The big issue where many of the Freudian analysts do not really get clear is whether aggression is an instinctual line of development in its own right. There's been a lot of confusion about that. My assertion is that there are 4 lines of development, 4 developmental lines grounded in biograms, behavioral biology, biograms grounded in the structured codes. And in this, I'm very close to Heinz Kohut's formulations. That is to say, there are potentials in the biological givens for the emergence of the nuclear self. And I agree with Kohut and his followers, those that have not thrown him out. I agree with them that these potentials do not automatically deploy. So in other words, you have these lines, a line, let me go through this now. You've read the article, let me go through it. There is, in the royal imagery, there are the lines for inclusive nurture, lines for nurturing, creating a habitat. It's a nesting instinct in other animals. So it's not just in humans. These are not just instinctual lines in humans. There's even evidence that there's some of this magician line in animals, other animals. But there's the nurturant line. Look at Anthony Stevens' discussions of this. There's hard-nosed empirical brain neurophysiological evidence that there are lines having to do with instincts for nurturing. So if that system is functioning, if it moves, you're going to try to nurture it. In the old brain, and that is in the old brain. And in the old brain, there is also a system of fight and flight. So that is related to these old mythic images of the warrior. The warrior is the one that assesses the situation, either retreats or attacks. That's in the reptilian brain. That's not a theory. I mean, that's pretty much established. In other words, there is a dragon of Eden in your psyche. You've got the entire evolutionary inheritance in you, and there is a part of you which we see in pathological behaviors, particularly abusive behaviors, that, for example, we know that abusers, unlike other people, when they get ready to abuse you, they get calmer. Their blood pressure even goes down a little bit in terms of their excitation rates. They get calmer, more focused. And what's going on there is that those aggression circuits in your hard wiring are getting turned on. And these abusers do not have that integrated, that's not integrated into a human self. And so the reptile comes in and takes over. And the reptile can attack without feeling. And so what you have to understand is there are behavioral biological evidence to support these different lines that I'm talking about. The warrior line then is the line for aggression. If it moves, you're going to run or fight, depending on the force involved, your chances of winning, or how desperate the fight is. There's all sorts of discussion about whether aggression is simply a disintegration product, as some of the self-psychologists have come to argue, or whether, as Adler and other folks thought, that it was a clear agenda of its own in the psyche. And my position is, I was at a Freudian conference not long ago, and a young, brilliant, feminist Freudian got up and assailed the conference saying, when are you going to understand and accept that aggression is a separate instinctual line? I was thrilled, because my feelings are about this that until we understand that it's a separate instinctual line that must be matured so that it does what its contribution to a cohesive self is, until we do that, we're going to be the most violent society on earth for a while, until the rest of the world catches up to our disintegration, which is happening rapidly, incidentally. So in other words, I'm anticipating my discussion of this later about how you understand what's happening around the world. That is, the lack of maturation of the aggressive line in human beings. Now, Ernest Wolff, the man in self-psychology that I admire the most today, who I think is really, in my view, the greatest living self-psychologist, without, I don't think, much competition. If you look at his book, Treating the Self, you will find very interesting assertions about the nature of the different self-object functions that human beings need in order to integrate a self. They need the self-object functions that need to be transformed into self-functions. Now, that is a movement of integration. You have to understand this integrative model. Everything I'm talking about today, you should put into the model of integrating, moving from out here in here. It is in the context of the fundamental psychoanalytic notion of internalization. And the way I want to frame this is from idealization to internalization. There are more types of idealization than the current self-psychologists believe. But in any case, I want to show you right quick. Let's just work with the female here. And in my understanding of this, I'm indebted to my partner, Margaret Shanahan, who is a longtime student of Ernest Wolff. There are self-object functions having to do with merger needs. That's related to the lover archetypal systems. If you have never been allowed to merge enough with beloved others, there's a structural deficit in your self-integration. But there are merger self-object needs. And as the best self-psychologists say, that doesn't ever go away. It gets matured, if you're lucky. But it never goes away. None of the self-object needs or functions go away. There are also self-object needs for idealization and mirroring. There are idealization self-object needs. That's on this royal line. And there's also mirroring self-object needs. The self-psychologists do not understand the integral relationship between mirroring needs and idealizing needs. But they are both real, and they're located in here. You know, it's really only people that carry a libidinal load for you that you care whether they mirror you or not, whether they see you or not. Pay attention to the example I gave you yesterday about the cocktail party, where the active dependent is scanning. The insignificant person she's talking to or he's talking to right here obviously is not too concerned about being mirrored by this person. This person doesn't have enough numinosity. So the scanning is for someone who could carry an idealization enough in order for this person to care to be seen by them. This is not understood by the contemporary self-psychologists. At least I've never heard or seen anyone that understood this. But there's no question that idealization and mirroring are not the same thing. So they're right about that. Okay, now, and here's where Wolff's genius, I think, has been most profound. He talks about the importance in the founding of the self. Margaret Shanahan has done pioneering work in understanding how this is especially important in understanding the challenge of psychotherapy with women. But built into the self-object needs and self-object functions of the psyche are adversarial self-object needs, adversarial, and aversive self-object needs, and efficacy self-object needs. These are all in the warrior aggression sector of the self. In other words, you can plot Wolff's model on mine and have a spatial understanding of it, a structural understanding of it. Wolff knows that structuralization must occur on these lines from self-object function to self-function. He knows that. He's right. He knows that there's an integrating move into the integrated self. That's right. But if you look at it, it is the warrior systems that have to do with efficacy, effectiveness. It is the movement from rage to effectiveness. I run into all these otherwise intelligent people that think rage can be a constructive force in human affairs. There are all kinds of folks around that think rage is a constructive force in human affairs. They are all wrong. Rage is a disintegration product, and it creates disintegration. It disintegrates relationships, it disintegrates communities, it destroys dialogue, it destroys communication, it brings about war on all levels, and gratuitous violence. So the true warrior, this is the image of the true warrior in mythology. The true warrior doesn't ever get mad. They just do what must be done effectively. Yes?
I apologize if I'm slowing down on this. I don't come from a background in psychology, and I'm hanging up a little bit on the definition of self-object.
A lot of people have. He says he's hanging up on the definition of self-object. It is a technical term in psychoanalytic discussion, particularly in the school called psychoanalytic self-psychology, that is grown out of the work of Heinz Kohut. And the idea is something like this. Until I've developed an integrated self, until I have withdrawn a lot of my infantile projections on you, my mom, my dad, even my big brother, and so on, I am using those persons as self-objects, written as one word, self-objects. Now, what does that mean? I need what they are in order to feel complete. In other words, if I relate to Lindsay here as a self-object rather than as a object, I feel like I grow together with her here. We are really not really separate. And in order for me to feel okay, she has got to be there for me. And if she tries to individuate, and if she starts not wanting to fit my projection of her, then I will start experiencing abandonment anxiety and rageful attacks toward her. You follow that? Happens a lot, right? In couple relationships, in friendships. Did you ever have a friend that did not want you to change? Or that wanted you to be the way you have always been and not to be as smart as you are? Yeah. That's self-object. We call that self-object transferences, or self-object projections if you do more of a von Jungian thing. I think it's a very important idea. And in my work, I'm trying to get people to understand that when Jungians talk about archetypal projections, most of those, the most significant ones of those, are self-object projections. They're self-object transferences. And we can get into that more later. But anyway, so self-object, if you have a relatively infantile self-object connection, that means I am putting some function on you that I really, if I'm going to grow up, I need to integrate that into my own self-structure. And it's not yet done. Now, this has a lot of implications for practical psychotherapy. I mean, this is why I should get a commission on self-psychology books, because I'm constantly, some of you heard of it, I'm constantly trying to get people to read the books which are helpful about understanding this micro-level functioning, the micro-level. How would you know, for example, how would you know if somebody was experiencing an idealizing projection to you? What would be the telltale signs? How would you know if somebody was demanding, they were trying to form a mirroring self-object transference to you? See, one of the wonderful things about contemporary self-psychology, the ones that haven't thrown out Kohut and Wolf and others, is you can get down to the micro level and you can tell what the self of the person you're working with, you can tell what they are asking from you. If you get really at the micro level, get out of your head, get out of the theory so much, and pay attention. This is where the empathic thing works, where you start noticing how the person is relating to you in the session or in your relationship. And if they don't want to, if you notice they're not noticing you as a person, for example, and you notice that the message you're getting from them is, as Kohut tended to put it, shut up and listen. Then you start thinking, well, this may be a mirroring, this may be a longing for a mirroring experience. This may be a longing for being recognized by the significant other, and I'm not supposed to be a person, I'm supposed to be those blessing eyes that attend and shut up and don't try to interpret. See, when you've got a person that you're working with that hates for you to interpret anything, really hates for you to interpret anything, there's a lot of mirroring longing there. So this is the kind of thing that I'm trying to get people to think about. See, I think that school and psychoanalytic self-psychology is right to ask about these things, and the way that they formulated the movement from self-object function, integrate this thing with an adequate nurturing environment. I bring this thing integrated into my own cohesive functioning. Then I no longer need you to simply be a part of my structure. I don't need for you any longer to carry this function for me. I can admire myself. I don't have to have you admire me so much. You never get to where you don't need to be admired. But you're not a junkie, an admiration junkie, in the sense that you were before you integrated that into your own self. Yes?
What would be an example of an idealized projection?
Okay, so I come to you, and you can just see in my body language all sorts of different body language. And you can hear in my voice how excited I am just to be with you, you big, handsome, brilliant, smart man. You know, you are so much. You are so mature. You are so wise. You are so informed. You are a great healer. And I am so lucky to be here with you, you know. I'm going to work very hard to be a good analysan so you don't terminate me. And there are all sorts of varieties of that. And some of them are very subtle. Some of them, if you don't have eyes to see, some of them don't look too idealizing, but they are. Like, you know, they come in and want to impress you with how smart they are, but you can tell it's not really for them. It's like, I brought your book. See? I'm recognizing how much you've done. See? And so the focus is on, am I going to get this? Am I going to be allowed to attach to you or not? Because that, if you have an idealizing issue in your personality, and I say that that's royal issue, that's a royal issue in the psyche. That's archetypally and mythically a royal issue. I'm Matthew in the tree. Is Jesus going to be interested in seeing me? Jesus is the true king. I'm not so sure about this, so I don't approach. See? And if you look at the story, I mean, you look at the Gospels, this is all about the true king. If you don't understand kingship mythology, there's no way to understand the Christian Gospels whatsoever. And so you got this person that hangs back. Well, that's the person that doesn't feel that they will be allowed to connect with the idealized self-object. Then there's the person who is very ill, but is so capable of idealization that she can just come up, I'm very ill, I can just come up and touch the hem of his garment. He doesn't even have to look at me. He is so wonderful. This is like the image of the great Buddha, the great king of all the worlds, the Buddhist vision. Now, I've had Buddhists come to me and say, there's no king archetype in Buddhism. So you need to study Buddhism, fella. Because there's this Buddhist king of bliss that is so wonderful that if you just catch one glimpse of him over there 3 worlds away, everything that's wrong with you will be healed. Now that, folks, is an idealizing projection. Rumi, the great Sufi poet, tells about so many stories. You read Rumi and he'll be talking about, he says, well, you know, he says, you know, I heard a rumor that Joseph is over there in that village over there. You know, Joseph is so beloved among the Muslims. Joseph is in that village over there, and just knowing that Joseph is over there, my heart leaps. Or as Kohut would say, I can feel my vigor. Just by knowing Joseph is over there, he doesn't even have to look at me. See, now that's an idealizing phenomenon. You follow that? But it's not just idealizing, because how I would teach these self-psychologists a little bit is that all of these are idealizing projections. There's not just one that's idealizing. They're all idealizing. That's not the issue. The question is, what is being idealized? You follow? In other words, if I am Casper Milquetoast and I look here at Terrence and I understand that he's got 3 black belts, 3 different martial arts, and I'm afraid of my shadow, literally and figuratively. So when I'm around him, I just have this, my God, this guy's the best thing since Steven Seagal, you know, or Chuck Norris. And so all of my warrior self-object longings, I don't experience them in me at all. I project them on him. If they're far enough in my shadow, I would say, look what a brute you are. All you are is violence, trying to kick all those nice people. See? But if it's not so far in my shadow, I say, gee, I wish I could feel safe like you can as you walk the streets of the city. But that is an idealizing projection. It's just not royal in its nature. It's about aggressive energies.
What about the idealization of the shadow that you've identified? How does that fit in?
Well, that is an idealization of my shadow, if I'm Casper Milquetoast.
Oh.
You see, I'm experiencing my disowned parts of myself that I need to own and bring into me in a self-object. And if you would let me relate to you, if I got up the courage to come over here and try to connect with you, and if you would not kind of brush me off, I might be able to engage with you and have that self-function begin to build in me. That's the way mentoring works. See? But if you reject me, this is one of the rough things in our lives. You know, there are a lot of people that we have been able to idealize that will not let us really approach. And this is the reason a lot of psychoanalysis, Jungian included, I'll not name names, but does not work. They can see, you can see, if you merely idealize, but the analyst is not capable of letting you approach, then all you do is maintain the idealization. And for an idealization, for an idealizing projection in any of these sectors to contribute toward your integration, the person has to let you come close so that there can be an arcing of energy between the two of you. And if there is an analyst, and once in a while there's one, who has to maintain their idealization, you know, to be idealized. You must idealize me. If you start to integrate your idealization, I'm going to terminate you. Or I'm going to make sadistic interpretations of you. Or I'm going to forget our appointment. You follow? And there are many analysts, and they're not just Jungians, although I think we Jungians really got a thing about the magician archetype. A lot of Jungians get possessed by the magician archetype, and the human disappears into the magician archetype. That's what this essay is about. But not just Jungians, a lot of Freudians too. But the demand for continued idealization on the part of the analysand will destroy the potential of analysis. If you are never blessed, you will, if you are not totally discouraged, and I agree with Kohut that very few people are terminally discouraged, really. There are folks that probably are. It's a tragedy. But with more people than we may realize, if they get into a nurturant milieu, self-object milieu, we call it, their longings for these things they need to integrate their self will remobilize. And if the analyst is capable of creating an adequate, as Winnicott said, facilitating environment, then and I don't mean just with their own person, but I mean to help the person find the environments in their life that they need in order to deploy these capacities. Not everything can be done with your analyst. Not everything should be done with your analyst, contrary to some folks. But anyway, so the idea is that it's helpful if an analysand can experience a royal transference with an analyst. It's not necessary. It's not absolutely necessary. It's helpful. But if you've got someone who every time they wanted to be seen, they were rebuffed, they may have buried that desire to be seen very deeply. And it may take quite a while to get it to come out, to let it come out. And that person, you know, if that person comes in, you know, that's very interesting about twinship so-called alter ego or twinship transferences. That's when the person comes in and the message is to you, you know, you and I are a lot alike. We're interested in the same things. I saw that you were reading this book on myth, and I'm reading this book on myth. Or if you're in the Freudian camp, or the recent permutations, you say, I've discovered intersubjectivity theory too. See, in my new book, Intersubjectivity. And I bring it to the session. I may not even comment to you, doctor, but I bring it and put it there on the sofa by me, and you see that I'm reading the books that you're reading. So I'm like you. And I'm not going to make big demands on you emotionally. I'm just here because I'm very interested in this stuff. See, that's a bonding, but shoulder to shoulder. See, that would be a twinship thing. That's more of a warrior kind of comradeship. See, the form of love common to that sector of the psyche is comradeship. It's what the old Greeks called philia. You know, there is the forms of love. See, traditional folks understood this stuff better than we think. There is agape as a form of love. That's a royal form, agape. There's eros as a form of love, common to the lover archetype itself. Oh, you know, the seductive behaviors on the part of analysts, usually. There is no form of love characteristic of this one. It is detached. It's not embodied. It is not. The body has to be present in some sense for there to be some love. But this one is, you know, there's no form of love characteristic of the magician. The warrior is philia. Philia, eros, agape. And the truth is that in that magician sector, you detach. It's not love. It's not loving. The shaman is not one who is possessed by this thing. The shaman is one who integrates these issues for the healing, these things for the healing task. The person who is dominated by the magician archetype is not invested in healing you. Remember Freud's early comments. I'm not interested in, you know, I'm not so much interested in healing. I'm interested in having a scientific psychology, see. Well, that's what the magician wants to have a map. It wants to understand. It doesn't necessarily want to heal. That's how we can understand how many, this is how we can understand how many very, very brilliant people are using their minds to exploit and abuse the world. Because intelligence does not imply what this Goldman guy calls emotional intelligence. Well, your eros comes in the back door. That is, there are a lot of people for whom their human relationships were lousy and they became intellectuals. And the way we say that in psychoanalysis is they cathected ideas instead of persons. And so there is an intellectual love, and you'll see this. When I was a philosophy professor, I once shared an office with a mathematician. And they opened up, the erotic world of mathematics for me. Because a hotshot mathematician, or physicist the same way, hotshot mathematician or hotshot physicist, they love, the erotic does come through the magician back door. But it is not about relating to human beings. They love equations a lot more than they do people when they're in that. Yeah, see, now there's Einstein. That's a good example. He says, Einstein said he didn't have any trouble loving humanity. That's an idea. Humanity is an idea. You're not an idea. Yeah, John.
Yeah, does this apply to the magician in his fullness?
No, the magician in his fullness is a shamanic figure who has integrated the other functions. So if you get up here toward, think about this as a Mayan pyramid that you're looking down on. We've got 2 Mayan pyramids here in terms of the coding. I should have brought you a model. I'm having these things created in 3 dimensions. Calcium fluoride crystal. Get you a calcium fluoride crystal. They're octahedrons. But you pick up these Mayan pyramids and you place them base to base, and there's your archetypal self. You put the lover faces together, the warrior faces together, and so on. You'll find there are only 4 faces for the 4 different energies. And you'll notice 4 faces, 4 energies. But if you're looking at the female, you will notice that there is one axis in which they're the same as males, and one axis where the energies are reversed. Those people that think males and females are the same are ignoring enormous and growing amounts of information. They have let ideology blow away their capacity to think scientifically. And they, in my view, they're increasingly going to carry the brunt for enormous horror in the world. Because young males are very different from young females. I always say to people, do an empirical experiment. Go to any major city on earth and walk the streets at night and see who is endangering your bodily health in terms of violent acts. The vast percentages are young males. There's enormous and incontrovertible scientific evidence. I challenge anybody to show me that this is not true. There's enormous and incontrovertible scientific evidence that violence is not a general problem. Statistically speaking on Earth, it is a young male problem. Statistically speaking. There are increasing numbers of violent females. Why? Contrary to those Victorians who think only masculinity is aggressive, females are aggressive too. And the man that wrote the book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, was half right. Only half right. I'll go on record. Hear that, folks? Only half right. The first half of life, males are from Mars and females are from Venus. Statistically speaking, if you were abused, it's a different issue. Or if you had certain kinds of relationships with parental self-objects that blessed only one sector, you can be put on a different track. We'll see about that in a minute. But in terms of the statistical data, cross-cultural, young females statistically do not have a problem being violently aggressive compared to young males. Go to midlife, women are from Mars, men are from Venus at midlife and afterwards. Most of the psychopathology of older males is not a psychopathology of aggression. Most of the psychopathology of men over 45, most of it is lover pathology, depression, addiction, and so on. Yes?
You know, this shows one of the problems, though, with your theory. If you were to talk to a feminist, they could agree to all of your data, all your empirical data. Okay, you went out and you made field studies and you came back with these statistics and we don't question them. But you maintain it's not inherent. These characteristics are artificially induced by a corrupt society.
Well, you just threw away the first part of what you said then, because they didn't accept the data.
Oh, they accept things are that way. They really,
but not the data.
On the street at night, you're more likely to be violated by a man than a woman.
Yeah. There's no question that it's culture, but you've got to let me finish what I'm saying about culture. Most contemporary feminist theorists are basing most of their work on sociological theory. They do not look at this data, and they look at it only to throw it out. That's what I consider. I consider that a tremendously unethical thing, because if you will not face the evidence that young males, especially when they're, here's the cultural thing, especially when they are abandoned, abused, or both, will not be able to contain their aggression in a healthy way. If you look at Gutman's cross-cultural research on this, if you look at Gutman's book, there is a very impressive cross-cultural empirical study of men and women through the life cycle that supports what I'm talking about. He finds that all over the world, and there may be exceptions to this, just as in any particular personality, complexes form in idiosyncratic ways. But when we're talking about a scientific understanding of these things, we do not simply rely on idiosyncratic cases. We have to look at the sweeping amounts of quantitative and empirical evidence. So the point being that because of all sorts of physiological things related to testosterone levels that are empirically observable, testosterone levels drop in males at midlife significantly. Males have a tremendous problem with this. Testosterone levels rise in females in the second half of life. That's not culturally determined. Anybody that knows about this stuff knows that that's ridiculous. And to avoid that evidence, anybody can choose to avoid it. The only thing about it is we will never deal with male violence on earth if you don't face it. So the sad thing is there are many folks that are well-meaning in their ethics, but are extremely flawed in their utilization of scientific data. And therefore they cannot bring scientific data into our ethical responsibilities. And quite frankly, our ethical responsibilities are to understand that culture must support young females at a time in their lives when they have not got the biological drives of aggression online yet to help them understand that they might be in danger. This is happening on every college campus in the United States. Parents send their daughters off to college, assuming that a young girl going to a college campus is the same as a young boy going to a college campus. They do not understand that they need to prepare the young girl very, very carefully to understand about safety. And so this is a very serious problem, and as long as we allow ideology to substitute for thought and research, we will not really address it. We will not be able to address these problems in effective ways. And that concerns me, and I'm 54 years old now, and I have to tell the truth. You know, I can't be intimidated by ideologies that cause us to go down the tube in the world. And the fact of the matter is, there is massive and growing evidence that because, let me just point out this way, I said in order for the self to integrate properly, you have to have an adequate self-object milieu. When you have a lot of psychopathology, you know that the self-object milieu is not functioning adequately. So when we have to build as many prisons as we are building in the United States now, the amount of tax money that's going into building prisons to deal with the struggle that young males in America are having with their aggression, we need to ask what's going on in terms of the self-object milieu of young males. What's happening here? Well, what's happening is what happens in any self-object milieu. There are not adequate, attuned, responsive, nurturant adults in their environment who are helping them regulate these instinctual energies and to build a self-structure. Now look, if you look at this carefully, The challenge of integration of a male and female is exactly the same challenge. The same four powers must be balanced and integrated. But because of the history of our embodiment, an evolutionary history, and if you're a creationist, I can't help you. You know. But if you take evolutionary studies seriously, males and females did not follow the same evolutionary terrain. There is enormous and incontrovertible evidence of that. That's not my fault. And therefore, the challenge to a female of integrating her aggression is not different in terms of the holistic challenge, but the trajectory of it is not symmetrical. That is, she will need to be supported early in life to not see herself as a victim. And when she gets to midlife, she will need help from her culture in not dropping all of her personal relationships. Because a woman in midlife has a very similar kind of problem to a man in the first half of life. As she gets into her aggression, and that warrior becomes constellated in her personality, it is very tempting for her, just as the male did in the first half of life, to depreciate personal relationships in the service of professional or career or mission-oriented, project-oriented relationships. And Gutman lays this out very elaborately in his book called Reclaimed Powers, A Psychology of Men and Women in Later Life. And asserts, and I agree with Gutman, that this is the source of a lot of our midlife divorces. In other words, there is a structural reason for so much divorce at midlife. Just at the time when the male is really realizing that he was wrong about the value of personal relationships, and suddenly now he's built all of these empires and financial empires and businesses and who knows what else he's achieved. Suddenly, relatedness, the erotic side of life, comes up for him in a large way, in an increasing way, if he doesn't succumb to depression or addiction. And suddenly, he becomes endangered by the idea that this personal relationship is so valuable, I'll throw away everything else in my life for this one night stand. You know, I specialize in working with men over 40. Now, I work with some female therapists and analysts, but I specialize in working with men 40 and over. And it's really fascinating to see how this coming into them of this lover archetypal systems shifts their whole challenges in life. And if they're not careful, they will experience a split of the psyche. And they will forget that they ever knew anything about the things that they did in the first half of life. And a lot of them will get into a retirement fantasy. You know, retirement fantasy for a man is kind of like a garden fantasy. Each one of these spaces has its own archetypal mythic space. You know, the plane of struggle, the garden, the vessel of transformation, and the polis or cosmos. Each one of them has its own space. And so a man's retirement fantasy is often a garden fantasy, you know. The trouble is he can get into that garden and disappear forever into a bowl of warm jello. And this is happening to huge numbers of men right here in River City. So in other words, what you got to get a feeling for is the challenge of integrating these things, and then the real zinger is, at midlife, the court shifts. It's like at halftime, just like in so many sports, at halftime you change ends of the court. And so it's a little confusing. The things you were trying to integrate the first half of life, if you don't watch it, you'll lose sense for that. And since we're talking here about, you know, there are Jungians that say you need to find your myth and live it. I don't like that, because that is very, very splitting of the psyche. Myths carry archetypal structures, and they're not whole. Myths are not whole. What you've got to do is to make sure that your spirituality and your psychological work, your inner work, is really, truly holistic and integrative. And that's why I think that Millon's coming to an integrative psychotherapy model, understanding that it's all about organization of the psyche and integration of the psyche. He's right. And the zinger that I add is to Millon is men and women aren't the same, and your data is written from a male point of view. And if you don't believe it is, just take this sheet of paper, and if you understand that the dependent is the lover, the ambivalent is the warrior, the independent is the king, and the detached is the magician, you hold it up like that, and you think about the life cycle, that's a male model. But in order for this to be accurate to females and think about the life cycle differences, you would have to fill in on the back here the same things and put it here. Can you follow that with your right brain? In other words, my assertion is this. If we would take my theoretical model and Millon's data, and we would run his data with considerations for the differences in the manifestation of symptoms through the life cycle, we could have a psychopathology for females, a psychopathology for males, that would be based on an integrative model, and we would understand that you cannot treat this data as if this is all male. This is what I have to offer serious research psychologists. Because if you will take this model and you will understand that there is a life cycle variable here, and you simply take Millon's database and you model it in such a way that accounts for this template of the life cycle asymmetry, you will get a much clearer understanding of why women fall into certain psychopathological categories at certain phases of life, and why men fall into certain ones at certain phases of life. And for example, why is it that males who have been extremely violent and dangerous in the first half of life, why is it that in their 40s that begins to taper off? Well, to me, that's not a mystery. That is a structural aspect of evolutionary psychology. And the job we have, which we can talk about after the break, we must do a better job with culture and ritual and spirituality and therapeutic approaches to be sensitive to the unique structure of the struggle of the self, male and female, in different settings in the life cycle. Otherwise, we are doing what so many folks do. We offer everybody the same pill. And there are a lot of people today that think doing psychotherapy with women is the same thing as doing psychotherapy with men. That is wrong. Doesn't mean that you always have to do what that you don't have to do what Jung says, that when somebody walks into your office, you cannot assume that they followed the statistical trajectory. I did not. I'll explain that a little bit after our break. But you do want to understand that if you're dealing with a male who is 45 years old, there are some things that are very likely that you've got to keep an eye out for. You remember I was talking about the importance of Iliadi yesterday?
and I said that Eliade has been nibbled to death by Lilliputian minds. Well, recently there is, some of them at the Divinity School of the University of Chicago. But recently there was a book published by a young man, Brian Rennie, R-E-N-N-I-E, called Reconstructing Eliade, which in a very powerful way addresses Eliade's critics in a very powerful, I think, effective way. So now with the work of brilliant men that I admire very much, Mac Linscott Ricketts, who's one of the greatest interpreters of Eliade's work, along with Ricketts and some other people. Brian Rennie is coming, and although there has not been much support in terms of a school of people supporting Eliade's, the importance and the significant current contemporary significance of Eliade's work for our world situation, I'm encouraged now. There are some other folks, and I intend to be the psychoanalyst representative in that group. So in other words, look at Brian Rennie's book. It's called Reconstructing Eliade. And the wonderful thing about his work is that it is such a wide-ranging catalog, and I hope that those people that are working on the Archive for Research in Archetypal Symbolism, ARIS, that is the Jungian body that's been turning out volumes on symbolism, I hope those people are utilizing Eliade's work for some understanding of what the size of their task is. What sometimes unfortunately happens, this is one of the places that James Hill and I agree, what sometimes happens is that folks that have never done any serious study in history and phenomenology of myth, ritual, and symbol get into these projects, and they really do not go deeply enough into the human symbolic trust, and they come up with very shallow interpretations of the meaning of symbols. And if they can simply draw on the body, the enormous and really unparalleled body of Eliade's work, we can deepen our objective of helping the human species do a better job of stewarding its symbolic trust for reasons that are known to our Jungian community. That is to say, we feel that the only way you can really get a sense of the size of the human is by looking at this symbolic trust. You don't get a sense of the size of the human by collapsing it into these little pedantic, narrow-minded, truncated, recent modern reductionistic theories that have come along. I mean, it's no accident that the spiritual leadership in our culture is becoming more and more McDonaldized and MTVized because we're not really holding up to folks this richness of the symbolic trust. I'm hoping that some of these media companies might begin to draw on the leadership of the international Jungian community in order to try to deepen the symbolic understanding behind a lot of fiction and programs. There are some that are doing better than others on that. As a gentleman said to me recently, a theologian, a very fine, outstanding liberation theologian, said to me this past week that there are some sectors in popular culture that are far advanced spiritually and ethically to the churches, and they are presenting deeply mythic and symbolic understanding about the human predicament through television. And I was encouraged by hearing this man say that. That is to say, some folks are already doing it, and if the Jungian community worldwide
were to try to really deepen our archiving of spiritual and religious and mythic symbolism and use Eliade's work to deepen our grasp of its wider significance, then we might have some more input into that process. But let me get started here. We're running out of time. If you look at that diagram from Millon's work, and you put the independent part of the circle, and you look at that. Now, I hope one of these days soon to do these diagrams in a monograph for you, so that you don't have to do it yourself. But if you put that independent part of the circle over the royal sector on the male side of these diagrams on the board, and for the listener to the tape, I'm speaking of the diagrams in the back of that essay on the shadow of the healer that I mentioned earlier, and also in the appendices to this quartet of books on masculine psychology. If you put that independent over the royal energy and the male psyche of the king, you will notice that the detached aspect of the circle is where it should be. If, according to my model, it is over the magician sector. The dependent part of the circle is where I believe it is, in fact, in the lover quadrant. All dependent pathologies are lover pathologies. And that includes addictions and depression, as well as these personality disorders. Okay, if you looked at the ambivalent sector of the circle, is over the warrior quadrant, which is, I think it should be, because this is about the shadow, understand? We're not talking about the healthy energy here. When you have not integrated your aggression in a mature way, you will be constantly ambivalent. Because you fear that if you use the energy, you will be abandoned. Or if you use the energy, you will be a bad person. Remember the passive ambivalent never wants to face his aggression, or her aggression. I'd be bad. So I stuff it all in the unconscious, where it has the form, according to Millon, of an active independent. He's right. So we're talking about the pathological shadow side of these energies here. So if you have not integrated your warrior programs, male or female, when you do set out to be assertive, you will be ambivalent. And of course, if you have not got an adequate integration of aggression, you will tend to be manifesting difficulties in the lover sector. Why? Because those must balance each other. The bad news is, if you don't develop your aggression, bless you, if you don't develop your aggression, you will not be able to achieve optimum intimacy. And if you look at young males today, struggling to decide whether or not they're going to be in long-term relationships, the level of fear they have is enormous. And if they do not become stronger and consolidated in their sense of safety, and the only way you get that is through integrating your mature aggression, then they will not be able to be successful in forming families. That's the way it is. And so this is also true. This is true of male and female. But now what I'm saying is, if you hold up Millon's diagram, this is a psychopathology based on the masculine model. And it's partly true. It's true about males. Especially if you introduce the life cycle component, the real thing that he talks about here and there in his work. And he's aware of in the data. He's not, he knows about this. He knows that females manifest certain syndromes in different percentages than males at different places in life. But we've not done enough work on this and integrated it and then modeled it. What our next challenge to do, and I hope that I can find some young Turk research psychologists to help me with this, female or male, that's a recruitment. We will take these databases, including the database that the bell curve book was based on, and we will rerun the data based on question about life cycle and about presence of nurturing self-object milieus, all of which is, if you look at Millon's data and David Gutman's data and reclaimed power, these are reporting on reclaimed powers, and we look at this massive governmental database that those right-wing theorists used to write the book The Bell Curve, none of those bodies of data nor their interpretation takes into account the kind of things we've been talking about. They do not really take into account the difficulties of maturation and the different trajectories toward that, the different times you face problems with aggression if you're a female, the different times you face problem with aggression if you're a male, the different times you face problems with erotic life if you're a male, and so on. So in other words, when I said, Harry, that what you got to do before I get that monograph published with the diagrams in it, altered to show how it would relate to my model, is turn that around and draw the circle on the back, and place it that way. Then you'll find that it fits over the female codes. And if you bring in the life cycle variable, which any serious research on the human species has got to do, Jung said that. This is not new to Jungians. Jung made a big deal out of the midlife shift. It's just that there's enormous empirical evidence about this now. It's time for us to pay attention to this. And it's time for us to model this scientifically so that we can answer those that say about Jung that he's not connected to anything empirical. There are a lot of folks that like to be in a fantasy that Jung was not interested in empirical science, which is totally wrong. He did more empirical science in terms of his own casting his net than the other folks in the early psychoanalytic movement. And his model, especially extended in the ways that I'm talking about, admits to testing. You can prove me wrong with data, which is more than I can say about a lot of folks. But see, now there is work that we've got to do. It's like the whole issue, see, the shadow is a big word. Covers a lot of stuff. So in elaborating a structural psychoanalysis and in elaborating an understanding of psychopathology based on a structural psychoanalysis, you've got to do exactly what you're saying. He's saying that it's important to correlate the active and passive poles and what that would mean actually in terms of data. I mean, what are we talking about here? And what we've got here is a very complicated issue, right? Because we've got an active and passive modality in the sector, say of the queen, and we can have a a narcissistic female who has a lot of queen energy in her personality, but it's manifest in a more passive way, but she still demands adoration. She's not totally domineering. Or we can have a manifestation of a woman with a lot of powerful queen energy, and she can be an active, independent queen. She still has a lot of queen energy in her personality, manifesting in her ego structures, right? A lot of queen energy in the ego. You ever know somebody like this? Yeah, well, there are some. But the point of it is, so you can see the bipolar thing there in the way in which this archetypal energy manifests in the ego. Do you see that? The archetypal energy is dominating the ego consciousness. This is what Jung talked about as possession of the ego by the archetype.
Is there something like, even like on Dynasty, those women who made all these deals, these big sort of, or, I don't know, Leona Helmsley, something like that? You were talking about totally...
See, there's somebody in this group that asked the question, was this like Leona Helmsley? Now, I didn't say that, see? So Leona's lawyers need not call me up. But...
instead of a home she created an empire, she'd be ruthless. She used her husband, that second man, she stole Mr. Helmsley from someone apparently, seduced him, used him, that kind of thing.
We're hearing about Leona Helmsley for those of you. I'm sure that you can find data to fill in the blanks of this conversation on this tape. But I want to say that you are giving an example, and there are many females whose egos are organized in the active, independent energy.
And that would be how it would.
And that is one way that it would look. Now, remember, nobody's ever just an archetype unless they're psychotic.
Yeah.
And so, even in a person that you might use as an example, they've got some humanity, and so the other quadrants are present, or they would be psychotic.
Well, what about those people that you said yesterday? We were talking mostly about men who would kill you.
Yes.
Do they have it also?
It's there in the psyche. Their humanity is there in the psyche. It's not in the ego.
Oh, it's in the unconscious. Right?
Well, yeah, in the shadow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's go back to this. Okay, so we've got some passive independent women, and we've got some active independent women, and that is a certain kind of way of talking about psychopathology, right? Because we're describing what archetypal energy is dominating the ego. Now, that's very important to do. Now, whenever you're working with yourself or with anybody else, one of the things when you're working with psychopathology, you ask the question, with this person, whether it's me or you, what archetypal energy tends to dominate in the waking ego? Now, if you're very individuated, it'll be hard to tell, right? Because you dance the four quarters very well. That's what I use as the image of real integration, dancing the four quarters. You dance it appropriately. Or if you're extremely, as John Ghetto and a colleague said in his Models of the Mind book, you may be loosely organized. You may not have achieved the fulcrum point of integration developmentally, in which case you may manifest a lot of these sectors willy-nilly, unpredictably, in which case then it may look more whole than it is. In fact, a lot of the time when we see a loosely organized person who's talented, there are many very talented loosely organized personalities that do not have an integrated self. And a typical mistake is is to evaluate them as being at a higher level of integration than they are. I mean, that's a clinical issue. They are talented, they can be extremely attractive, and they can fake healthy. And that is a problem for clinicians, big problem. And especially if you're really on the front lines, you will run into that a good bit. Okay, but I'm talking about real high levels of integration. High levels of integration, you know, the person doesn't camp out in one. The ego doesn't camp out in just one sector. But that's not that big a percentage. Therefore, if you look at me, after 26 plus years of psychotherapy and psychoanalysis, and loads of Gestalt marathons and blah, 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 I am still too dominated by the magician archetype. My ego consciousness is still, after all that work, I almost think sometimes I should sue, get some of my money back. I know you never thought of that, but sometimes I think I should sue some of these people. But, you know, I'm not going to, but anyway, so here I am still at this time in my life, still too dominated in my ego by the magician archetype. So I'm saying to you, practically speaking, chances are, most folks you work with, you see, you'll be able to pick up which way the ego, what energy is dominating too much in the ego. And then we have to, following this gentleman's suggestion, if we really elaborate a psychopathological, scientific psychopathological approach based on a structural psychoanalysis, what we have to do is after we look at the ego, then we have to think very carefully about the structure of the shadow. Because the shadow is structured, friends. It is not all over the place. If the ego is structured, the shadow is structured. Not everybody has got the same contents in the shadow. See? This is why we Jungians will say, well, yeah, that's shadowy for you, but that's the golden shadow. You know, you have so much of this particular thing in your unconscious, and that is not something to feel badly about. That's something to try to bring in. I mean, that's something to welcome. In fact, most aspects of the shadow, I like to say, are gold ore. They're not yet refined gold, but it's gold ore. Rage is gold ore. Rage is warrior gold ore. It's aggression gold ore. It is not yet cooked enough and integrated enough and regulated enough to be useful to the person and to the community and to the planet Earth. It's disorganizing. But when you deal with rage in a person you're working with, my suggestion to you is Harry, this is what, remember that pro-social interpretation we used to talk about at the Adler Institute? My suggestion to you is that you do pro-social interpretation of rage in your analysans, in your clients. Rather, it means that you look at them and you say, you deal with the rage and you say, you don't shame them for their rage. You don't say, oh, what a bad boy you are, bad girl you are that you've got this rage. You talk about what this is. This rage is your aggression. It's wonderful that you're in touch with it. I have many analysans that wouldn't know their own rage if it hit them in the face. It's a shame, and when somebody's not in touch with their rage, it's very difficult for them to work on their aggression. It's locked up back there somewhere. You got to find a whole bunch of keys on a ring to get back to their rage. May take you a long time. But if I've got somebody that's in touch with their rage, I always smile. Oh boy, I've got some warrior energy here that can be cooked. And I don't ever shame folks for their rage. At least I try not to. I mean, a little magician boy like me, I mean, you know, I may envy them too much for their rage. Wish I had mine more. You know, maybe by the time I'm 60, I'll have full access to my rage. I hope. Some people continue to develop as they get in their 60s and 70s. I'm happy to say. They inspire me. Give me hope. But anyway, so to stay with your idea, then we have to actually, unless we're just fooling around, pulling the wool over people's eyes, then we need to decode the structure of the shadow. Because if you have not decoded the structure of the shadow, how are you going to formulate a treatment plan? Now, some therapists and analysts have solved this problem by deciding they're not going to have a treatment plan. They're going to treat everybody the same way, and because they're so magic and potent, they're going to elicit healing just by virtue of the wondrous potency of their magician personality. Well, I don't think so. Because if you don't know what the shape of the shadow is in an individual you're working with, then it's going to be difficult for you to figure out how they're relating to you. What it means. I mean, you may notice that they relate to you in a certain way, but it's going to be extremely difficult for you to figure out the structure of their transference. Now, if you're really good at empathy and you have studied Kohut and some self-psychologist, you've got more help in this area than most other analysts, because you have been trained by your self-psychological supervisors to pay careful attention to the longings that get manifest in the consulting room. And then they've given you some help in thinking about that. What is that transference? How are they trying to recruit me? I'm the analyst. How are they trying to recruit me? Or do they seem not to be trying to recruit me? Which is more problematic, because it shows more sleep. See? You follow me? So we have to do this. It has not been done. I haven't finished this. I don't know where this is going to, I know what we need to do. I don't know exactly how it's going to look when we get it done, and I think a lot of it is empirical. That is, we need to get these databases, because we know a lot of little pieces of data on what happens to women when they're so-and-so. And we know a lot about hormonal changes and all that sort of thing, and a lot of that stuff can be put in databases, and we've got much more access to sophisticated ways of correlating this data now. So we should be able, in only a few years, if we really did our work, we had some smart people helping, we should be able to flesh out and provide people much more subtle information on aspects of the female struggle that are based on all sorts of biological grounds that are not just cultural. We ought to be able to bring some of those things in, help people understand that stuff. Then we ought to be able to look at the cultural unconscious, which is what we were talking about earlier with the feminist concerns. There is a cultural unconscious. Joseph Henderson is right. And the way these archetypal givens come in has a lot to do with what the structure of the culture is, just in this very parallel way to the way the structure of your family is and your birth order. So whenever you've got these potentials, but we're not all born in the same family. We're not all born in the same birth order. We don't all have the same traumas. Or at least not all of them are the same. And some of us live in cultures that are more, for example, patriarchal than others. And therefore, you have to look at the filters that are put on, the culture filter, the spirituality filter, the religious tradition filter, Catholic, Jewish, Muslim, so on, and the family system filters, and the birth order filters, and then the, as Gutman puts that, Gutman has got a good grasp of this. If you read the theoretical sections of Gutman's book, Reclaimed Powers, I agree with practically all of it. And he doesn't, I don't think he speaks Jung. I don't think he may know much at all about Jungian psychology. He doesn't seem to use it. He's very intelligent, doesn't use any of the, use any Jungian jargon. But if you look at the way he organizes the data, he has a level of data he considers collective unconscious. He's got a level of data he considers cultural unconscious. He's got a level of data he considers personal unconscious. So Gutman, if you hear this tape, David, I think you're really a Jungian. So, in disguise. Yeah, John.
Your concept of the bipolar shadow, each archetype has been enormously helpful to me and others shadows. So I tried to homologize these. And basically, the lover was easy to do. Warrior and ruler with some problems, but I had a hell of a time with the magician.
Yes.
None of them looked to me like, none of the active and passive in Milan looked to me like the manipulator or the
Right, sure. And that's one of the areas that has to be worked on a lot more. For example, see, when you're talking about psychopathology, again, if you're talking about the ego, first you have to talk about if the personality is not very integrated, the ego will be dominated with certain collective contents. That's a rule. Collective contents, archetypal contents.
That's so cultural, right?
Yes, but the cultural, see, when you're looking at this stuff, the culture is significant, but if you're trying to get a sense of the energies, what you're trying to do is to get a sense of what is the fundamental form of libido that is dominating this ego. And the cultural form will be part of the medium that it comes through. Now, so if you're working, just like we were working with the queen, now we work with the magician, we say, well, this person, detached personality disorder, their ego is misshapen by being dominated by the archetypal forms of magician and magician energy. So the ego, stay with me, that's not the shadow. You understand? If the shadow is partial and not related to in a conscious way, you know that the ego, that's a fundamental Jungian understanding. You don't have a whole ego and then your shadow's misshapen. Got it? You follow that? It's a fundamental thing if we're going to talk about this stuff. When you're diagnosing and you're looking at somebody, you're talking to this conscious mind here in your consulting room, you're not talking to wholeness, friends. 99% of the time. That's important for you to know. It's important for your analysan to know. That's what Edinger means when he talks about the necessity of forming the ego archetype axis. That is, you've got to get clear that your ego is not whole. 18th century Enlightenment folks had immaculate perception, they thought. That is the fantasy of a whole ego. We know that egos, ever since Freud, are not whole. Not even when you've had 26 or 30 years of analysis. Your ego is not whole. A Jungian attitude about what is the positive ego, the ego that is normative or optimum is an ego that is aware that it is not whole. That's as good as it gets. You're aware that your ego consciousness is not whole, and you have turned up the receptors in the radar to your unconscious and to reading your relationships and watching the ways in which you continue to wobble around the pivot of the four quarters. Do you follow me? Because the fantasy that after you get through with your therapy, your ego is going to be whole and immaculate, that's ridiculous. It doesn't work that way.
Strong.
Yes, and the fantasy that it's going to be strong. Now, yeah, the fantasy is strong. There's also a fantasy that your ego is going to be strong and invulnerable. There's always that I'm going to be healed fantasy. Well, it's more like weightlifting. You know, I always like to see people in exercise programs that I work with. And they notice that, you know, they can go work out 3 times a week and they'll start getting muscle tone. And then they notice that if they quit for a week or 2, they start losing muscle tone. And they can't just kind of do it and then it's there. And so emotional and psychological and muscle tone in the self works that way. And there are a number of things that affect the muscle tone in your psyche. Grief, illness, substance abuse, trauma of various kinds, a lot of things. And when these things inevitably come into your life, they will affect the functioning of your ego consciousness. If you have cultivated what Jungians call the synchronistic life, if you have cultivated what Edinger calls the ego self, the ego archetype axis, then when you go through these things, you will know what to do. That is, you will realize that you need to continue listening and reaching out, getting support from your self-object milieu, and so on. You follow that? Okay, but now we've got a person whose ego is dominated by the magician. If I'm right about the way the psyche is structured, what will often be the dialectical thing in the unconscious? Well, it will be a power agenda. This means that any time I'm around someone who has a lot of magician, I ask myself, what's going on with the power issues? They will often try to tell you they don't have any. They are just trying to understand. And of course, if you look at a psychoanalytic institute of any form, of any name, of any school, they are all dominated by the magician archetype, and they are all just, behind the scenes, the power issues are just banging off the walls. And it's not very conscious, even after all that analysis.
So if someone like that got sick, what would they ask you?
Okay, so you want to look at, you know, if you're asking about how people regress, you want to look at Millon's discussion about that, because the different forms, for example, if your ego is dominated by the lover kind of thing and you start to regress, you're likely to get very depressed. You're not likely to become paranoid. See? And so on. But read Millon, he's very good about that. And I think one of the other things we've got to do is to work more with Millon's work on how do you, if you're structured in a certain way, how do you normally get psychotic?
Could any or all of these go psychotic?
They all go psychotic. You fall off of the pyramid of your self-structure on 4 different sides. And so the evidence we've got about the structure of psychosis, that is the epidemiology of psychosis, I believe, like Millon, that if we study that carefully, we will notice that given certain structuralizations, when they go terminal, they will fall into a certain catchment type of psychosis. And as he points out, with the ambivalent types, they can fall off on one side or the other. It's really cute. If you look at Millon's work on that, you know you've got the independents, they tend to fall off on this side. You got the detached, they tend to fall off on this side, and so on. And then he gets the ambivalence, he said, and they go into one of these two. And that makes sense. That makes sense. But anyway, okay, so look. So when you're doing a workup of an analysand or a person you're working with, then you think about the ego. And after you get a sense for what's in the ego, then I say we can be a lot more specific about what is most powerful in the unconscious. That is, we can have a basis for hypothesizing. Now that needs to be tested. We need to do empirical research about that. And that can be tested. That can be quantified. There's absolutely no reason why we cannot test this stuff on an empirical basis. And I may be wrong, but I doubt it, because there's too much evidence that it's structured like this.
Do you think every person in the whole world could become psychotic under?
Yes, ma'am. I believe every person in the whole world could become psychotic under certain circumstances, under certain kinds of abuse. In fact, the torturers in the world understand very sophisticated ways of making people psychotic. And there are a lot of people spending a lot of money in a lot of governments around the world who are doing research precisely on how to destroy personalities.
Even if the person, well, of course an adult could become psychotic.
Even an adult can become psychotic, that's true.
I mean, what I'm saying is, like, some people have said, like, you have a bad experience, let's say, with a therapist and you're get worse.
Yes.
And it has been said to, let's say, some people I know, well, if you didn't get this from childhood, it couldn't have happened, Slam, it's really all your fault. Now, based on listening to you, I'm not so sure.
Okay, well, then you heard what I'm saying. Let me just summarize what you're saying. And yes, look.
Even if their parents were good.
Okay, let me try to summarize this for the tape. It's a lot. She's asking if somebody that was fairly well integrated and into adulthood could have a very, very terminal regression, and not have that regression be proof to somebody that said, oh well, that she was really underneath all that persona stuff, she was really a borderline or really a almost psychotic all the time, and it just kind of manifested here. My mistreatment of her had nothing to do with it. There are a lot of therapists that have that attitude, that there is no such thing as iatrogenic pathology caused by the analyst or caused by the therapist. The truth of the matter is there's a lot of iatrogenic trauma. And we should pay much more attention to that in our circles, because it's the truth, and the only reason we get into that's what this essay I gave you is about. The only reason we get into a fantasy that we do not abuse our analysands is because we are so out of touch with the aggression lines in our own personality. And we've got the idea that we're analyzed. And we have no aggression, and we do not act out aggressively on our analysands. That is wrong. All therapists, period, act out aggressively against their counselees. The question is not do they. The question is how can we help them become more aware of their countertransference issues and become quicker at catching it when they start getting into their own sadistic responses to a non-mirroring analysand, a non-gratifying analysand. Every analysand that's not gratifying to the therapist will be attacked by the therapist. I mean, this is where I love the Freudians. They are much more honest about this than Jungians. And they're not very consistently honest about it themselves. But there's a lot more honesty about this in the wider camp of Freudians than there is among the Jungian camp that I'm aware of. And I don't know what's happening among the Adlerians now. I know that in some of the analysis I had from Adlerians, I got attacked a lot by the analysts. Yeah.
Quick question back to the queen and the king. If that pyramid is upside down,
yes.
Do they touch? Is that the cultural unconscious and the cultural conscious?
Well, I think in the code, that is, see, the way I think about that is there really is that octahedral coding. And I think it's very interesting. I recently found out that Buckminster Fuller, in some of his work, had talked about the way in which there are only about 3 different forms in geometry, in geometric structure. There are only about 3 different forms that are stable, that are really stable. The octahedron is one of them. So my sense of this is very likely that there's a physics of this and a geometry of this, and it relates to biological morphology. And the way, that is, the interface between biological morphology, physics, and mathematics, geometry, is much more integrated than we have thought. And therefore we can't throw out any of the scientific information about this. And that as evolution was progressing, it has to deal with the possible geometrical forms. Evolution cannot function with impossible geometrical forms. It functions using possible geometrical forms. And so if you're going to code information, it's highly, highly, highly technical, highly, highly, highly elaborate. I mean, if you've been looking at the Genome Project, I mean, the amount of information that's coded in our genetic inheritance is just boggles the mind. The way this is coded, it's coded in very, very, very sophisticated ways that we still do not understand. But I would argue that it should not be so hard to understand that if you needed to code something as complicated as the human being and you wanted it to be a stable coding, that you'd use some stable form for coding it. And that this form is, it may be operated by hormones, it may be operated by biological agents, but the dynamics of the coding are octahedral. And so the code for male and female is in every person. And there's hard evidence about that. That is, in every one of us. In fact, all males were once female. And I think that's probably part of the male trauma, in sense of their struggle, their fear. If you look at Mankind in the Making, the Gilmore book, it seems that males all over the planet fear they will not stay masculine. And that's a comparative anthropological study. And if you want to understand why there's so much pathological fear of the feminine, you need to think about the hard evidence around that. Yes?
In your essay, you talk about ego and flow.
Optimum organization and flow. Csikszentmihalyi's work. Yes, I would like to say that I also am very much of an admirer of Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, whose work, Flow, the Psychology of Optimum Experience, and also his work on evolutionary psychology, I consider to be addressing some of the things I'm concerned about. And he's a professor at the University of Chicago, and he's done absolutely outstanding work on these states of optimum organization. Now, if you think about Csikszentmihalyi's work, and you think about Kohut's vision of a self that is functioning like it's supposed to, Kohut's description closely approximate what Csikszentmihalyi is describing as flow. It's what I call dancing the 4 quarters. It's a dance. It's not struggle at that level of functioning. Now, what is the difference between, see, There are folks that think optimum means perfection. It does not. Optimum is achievable. Perfection is not. So that's why I truncated these pyramids. You know, you can see the point, the integration point, that if you want a representation of God, the apex of that pyramidal structure would be sort of the divinization. There are a number of us that think that this Buddhist idea of the diamond body is a pretty good translation of Christian ideas of the Imago Dei. That is a regulating vision. That is not something that humans are going to achieve. However, flow is possible. And I believe that a lot more persons are capable of moving toward optimum integration than most folks. I don't think we need to let our theory about the psyche and its potentials be dominated by economics, the economics of the mental health care system. So what is possible for human beings, in my view, even borderlines, even serious borderlines. See, I disagree with the early cohort about that. I think if we knew more about optimum self-object milieus and the ritual dimensions of optimum self-object milieus, we could do much better at helping serious borderlines to integrate. And there are wonderful psychoanalysts who believe that it's possible to do this with psychotic folks that are very, very seriously disorganized. And if I'm going to err, I'm going to err in that direction. I'm not going to err in the triage direction. I think that's too much dominated by greed. Greed dominates the urge to triage in theory. Triage is, you write these folks off, they were damaged in the ghetto, they were damaged in the ghetto. There's a lot of this talk. There are a lot of these, there are a lot of powerful people with lots of money and lots of influence who believe that the way to deal with our problems in the cities among the poor is to train the military in urban warfare. They have written off and they use this so-called data. They say these brains have been altered, and there's no question that brains get altered in terms of if you're abused enough. Your development of your brain is affected. But we have to have discussions with people that use only biological evidence, because biology does not interpret itself. Biology is always political, and it's right for you to say to me, be careful with this data, this biological information, because it can be used in a regressive way, pathological way. It can, and it has been, and it will be. We have to take responsibility for that. We have to take ethical responsibility for scientific information. And in my view, those people that are writing off entire generations of youth as totally incapable of being helped, that is a politicizing of data. They've not talked to me about that. So we've got a lot of work on our hands here, but now we're in the area that I'm concerned that we finished talking about. That all this stuff applies to what's happening in the world. There's another book I want you to look at. Now, I mentioned the Gutman book that I admire greatly. I admire David Gutman tremendously. And his Reclaimed Powers book gives you a sophisticated analysis of the collapse of eldership on this planet and why it is occurring. Because of urbanization processes which leave the tribal ritual in the villages. Tribal rituals mediate age-old ritual processes which are the software for this collective unconscious. This collective unconscious cannot be made into human beings without ritual software. What you have to understand is that we are the species that developed the way we are because we developed, as Gutman lays out very clearly, we developed an intergenerational web of care that included significant ritual processes of initiation and maturation and healing in the community, so that we did not abandon young men and women of childbearing age. We did not abandon them to try to cope with the stress of that on their own. Gutman points out that around the world, as people in later life become more narcissistic, we used to have spiritual eldership. Now we have retirement. We must destroy retirement. Retirement is a sociopathic concept. Our elders must stay in the community, and they must not declare bankruptcy for the future of the planet. If we do not get that message across, we will not turn the tide of what's happening in the world today. There's more evidence that I want you to look at, a book by Robert Kaplan, another man I admire very much. I'd love to meet him sometime. He is a journalist. He's not a psychologist. He's not a social scientist. He's not a major theoretician. But he's an observer. And he's an acute, informed, journalistic observer. Long before the Bosnian thing collapsed, long before Yugoslavia collapsed into chaos, Kaplan saw what was coming. Wrote an outstanding prize-winning book about it. Recently, he published an article that you should all read in the Atlantic Monthly. It's called The Coming Anarchy. And in that he describes what he has noticed in his travels about the collapse of eldership, the rise of narcissism in leaders all over the world, and the abandonment of their communities. What some have noticed as the declaration of bankruptcy by the elites on the planet. The elites all over the planet are declaring moral and spiritual bankruptcy, and they are concentrating wealth, and their stewardship of their wealth is going down. Okay, the book that I want you to look at is a book that Robert Kaplan just came out with. It's a very, if you're really kind of feeling manicky and too high and you're feeling too good, and you need to kind of come down and get down to earth again so you can face Monday, you know, you get a copy of this book. It's Robert Kaplan. It's called The Ends of the Earth, preparing something like preparing for the 21st century, or it's something about something like a journey to the 21st century. It's called The Ends of the Earth, and it's available in all major bookstores now. This book is an elaboration of the article he did in Atlantic Monthly, and it is his travel around the world, observing what's happening in communities, what's happening among young people, what's happening among the elites. And it is a chilling account. And it fits what Gutman tells you about in more of theoretical frame in Reclaimed Power's book. And it also, there's another book that you should look at that's more statistical. It's Paul Kennedy's Preparing for the 21st Century. All of these books, those three books, if you look at them together, they give you a sense of the social context of psychopathology. The time is over when we can look at psychopathology as individual. Individual psychopathology is social psychopathology. And if we do not get out of the fantasy that it's just defective individuals They just happen to be defective individuals. We have to understand that when the elders in a society become dominated by greed and start manifesting pathological narcissism and start retreating from their leadership responsibilities in their communities and in the larger global community, that we are going to reap the whirlwind. And if you think I'm making this up, you just need to look at these sources. And so, what's that got to do with what we're talking about? My point is, it is not a mystery why these things are happening. If you look at those phenomena, those phenomenological treatments, Kaplan's, and then you look at Gutman's striving to make sense out of data, then you take the structural model of the psyche, which I've presented you, and you take Millon's research, and you put them together in a package, you will see that this stuff is not totally chaotic. It makes sense. It is predictable that if you abuse and abandon entire generations of young males, they will become violent and become heavily armed, and they will terrorize their communities. And this is, in fact, happening all over the world. And if you do not nurture and mentor young women, wherever in the world you are, they will become prey for predatory males. And the evidence that we have indicates this is indeed what is happening all over the world. And the incredible birth rate among young girls and young women all over the world is, according to the research that's being done, much of it is because of predatory masculinity in their communities. They have no one trying to help them when they are the most vulnerable. This is epidemic. This is not my fantasy. There is enormous evidence that this is the case. Therefore, once you understand the structure, and once you understand that the urbanization and modernization processes have fueled the collapse of the old ritual software, that is, most males in our society today haven't got a clue. If you said, well, have you been initiated as a male? They would not know what in the world you were talking about. They think getting older makes you a man. Just like the fantasy among some Jungians, I've actually had some very supposedly sophisticated Jungians say to me, having a baby makes a girl a woman. And that is the most ridiculous, idiotic comment that I've heard lately. It does not make you a woman. It makes you a girl with a baby. And so the way in which we do not look at the ritual processes of maturation in our culture, this is a terminal crisis. We've got to reinvent this. I'm happy to report that there are a lot of men and women around the world who are aware of this and who are doing a lot of work toward trying to invent software to help us mature in a more balanced, holistic way. The question is not, are some people doing that? The question is, will there be enough investment in that emotionally, financially, politically, spiritually, and so on? So in other words, how are we going to get, and I'll stop with this, how are we going to get mature, integrated selves? Well, you're not going to get it without creating social self-object milieus which nurture those into being. It takes the whole village to raise a child. Hillary's right about that. It also takes the whole village to help a man get through midlife. It takes the whole village to help adolescents get through adolescence. And it's not true that this is simply a lot of the family types, do we hear so much about this in this presidential campaign? Well, as Bob Dole says, the family raises kids. It's not the village that raises a child, family raises a child. Well, that's wrong. The evidence is enormous that that's wrong. There are a lot of folks that look me in the eye and they say, Robert, I'm trying to deal with this, and you know, the forces on my child are so enormous that I don't know what to do. And they're trying. They're not absent, they're present, and they got resources, and they can't do anything. So it takes conscious commitment to community, and not just to Evanston, but to the planetary community. And this is Kaplan's message. I love him for this. And I'll close with this. At the end of his book, The Ends of the Earth, he said, he challenges us all. He says, you know, these things are coming very fast now, and we've all got a decision to make. Are we going to invest in the future of this planet and really commit to trying to turn these trends around, really put ourselves on the line? Or are we not? Are we going to get into the fantasy that Somalia is a long way from Winnetka? Well, his whole point in his book is, it is not very far from Somalia to Winnetka, and it's getting closer all the time. And so I leave you with that. And that is what I think is the most important thing we all have to face. You all are powerful, creative people with leadership potential. And the question is, are you going to commit to trying to be the kind of human elder who will invest in trying to create a milieu in which the diamond body that is in our biological codes, and I like to say very likely put there by the divine initiative, can be realized, because it will not be realized without that kind of commitment from people like you. So thank you very much for listening to me rave on, and I appreciate it very much.